Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome, welcome. It's Sunday. It's a chill day. At least I hope it is. It should be. We're playing more Trails to Azure. I've actually slept pretty well, surprisingly. Again. A little bit late again, but overall
Hello
slept very
there.
good. Lay, congrats on being first. Hello. Um yeah, I slept pretty well. I didn't manage to finish my programming thing that I was doing still. I'm very close. I'm like this close, but I had to go stream. I'm so close to finishing it. Um, but yeah, we're getting close. I need to fix something wasn't that I didn't think about. It happens, you know. Um, but basically, probably at the next stream, the splurge thing, the splurge redemption should have confetti added to it for the ones who wanted that. I guess I don't know why that was a desire people had, considering it does nothing really. But I mean, it's good to have it, have the functionality for other stuff as well, I guess. So yeah, I'm happy to build that for you guys. But yeah, let's go into Trails to Azure and see how we're doing. Because game, game. Oh, okay. Took a second. There it is. So the last time we beat up a monster, one of the cryptids, the boathouse cryptid, and the fisherman here told me that I'm allowed to challenge other fishermen now to a fishing contest, which I'm sure everyone is super excited about. Mm-hmm. I know I am. Definitely. If I recall, where... I don't remember where the fishermen were, to be honest. Because they were blocking certain areas where you can fish. But I don't remember where exactly. I will go to Belgard Gate and roam around, because I have the feeling that there's one near here. But I might be completely wrong. Oops, sorry, doggos. I mean, there is a pond here. There we go. Would you happen to represent the Fisherman's Guild? Triton the Silver Orca. That's right, my name is Lloyd. I thought so. Name's Triton. They call me Silver Orca. Don't ask, I was the one who came up with it. It all comes with the territory of being an elite angler. I'm just complying with club policy is all. Right, of course. If you want to challenge me, all you have to do is say the word. After you prove you're qualified to do so, that is. My notebook is terrible. Your efforts are lacking. I couldn't possibly accept a challenge from someone with so few catches to their name. Okay, he doesn't even want to duel with me right now. That's rude. Just because I haven't caught a bunch of fish doesn't mean I'm not an elite angler, you know? It's not about quality. Oh, no, it is about quality, not quantity, rather. Yeah, right? I think. Definitely. I mean, look at this. I've got 2 carps and 1 tiger rockfish, 2 rock eaters, and 4 more carps. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely enough. Summit, hello. Ooh, nice stats. Much better than mine. Mine were actually terrible. Seems good for a frontline druid. Hmm. Yeah, and maybe a cleric could also work. What the? When did this happen? That path used to be blocked off, didn't it? Something must have torn it open. I don't think it was a coincidence. Meaning one of the cryptids in the report must be beyond here, right? Any sign of spatial distortion? Not for the time being, though it's still too early to be certain. However, I do sense an odd presence just beyond here. Could it be? Charisma's low, so not much turning undead potential. Wait, isn't it just wisdom based anyway? Because all the cleric abilities are wisdom based. At least usually. Okay, let's go fight this thing. Core fragments. Cool. Oh, I should have healed actually. Uh-huh. There it is. Ooh, what a lad. What is that? Like a turtle dragon. I don't know what to call this, to be honest. Some type of turtle creature. The 3 higher elements are present now. Just as before, still won't be able to determine the source. Okay, well let's... I really need to heal up. I really need to heal up before I fight this thing. Oops. Back to the Triple S garage. The rest. To here. God, I love the high speed mode so much. I'm so glad it exists. It's such a nice function that I feel like a lot of RPGs should just have. Wait, I can fish here. Nice. Pale salamander. Don't mind if I do. Anything else cool? Another pale salamander. Okay, let's try just dumplings. I don't think I fished here before. Maybe I have. Carp, okay. Anything other than carp? That would be nice. Some crabs. Ooh, bass, okay. I'll take that. Glutinous bass. And another one. Okay, well, I'll take it. Okay, we're rested. Let's take this thing on. Okay, well, I can't. I can't do surprise attack. That makes sense. Okay, let's try straight away to do Sparkdine. You. Warcry. Shockwave, that's fine. Art. Chrono Drive. You also Chrono Drive. I think they stack. Yep. So now our speed is up by 50%. All across. For 3 turns. Magna Blaze. Okay, so wind is 100%. You get closer first. But running up there. Okay, never mind. You got knocked back. This is fine. Energy circle. Do I do another Sparkdine? At least it did do damage. Okay, it's guarded against fire. That kind of makes sense. Run up there. Run up there too. Then arts. Now, what do I want to do here? Let's summon Zeit. See if Zeit can do anything here. Sparkdine, 1700 damage. Not bad. Burning Heart. And then we Burning Rage. $1900. I'll take it. Defense down. Focusing its power. That should be fine. Wild Swan 2. Get interrupted, fool. Then you Chrono Drive again. Ow. Okay, this is fine. It is very annoying, but it doesn't really do a lot of damage. Yeah, like this. Just get in there. Death Spiral. And look at those reductions though. Strength reduced, defense reduced, arch defense reduced, speed reduced. Not allowed to do anything. $2,200 damage. Nice. I just keep hitting it, to be honest. Death Spiral again. 2,000 damage. Arts. No. Let's just use an EP charge on you. You do another. Just do a Soul Blur. Team Rush. It won't do a lot of damage because it's in like a defensive stance right now. That's okay. Move down. Soul Blur. Energy Circle. Soul Blur. Soul Blur. Just do Arch because apparently it's defenses are a bit too high right now. What can I do here? Beams on there, no. Absolute Zero doesn't hit either. I could do Ether Buster, to be honest. Or a Mega Strike. Let's do a Mega Strike. Even though it's a critical, that really didn't do much. But yeah, this thing is a pushover. Not gonna lie, it is kind of a pushover. Compared to the other one, like the other one actually almost killed me. This one so far has not stood a chance whatsoever. Don't knock out Ely. Root. Okay, we're really close. Guess their charge attack is no joke, but it's easy to cancel. Yeah, especially because we are faster than it, quite a bit faster. And Durandi has impede on his weapon, so any attack has like a 30% chance to cancel. And if that doesn't work, Lloyd and Ely both have cancel attacks as well. Cancel crafts. Quelling Smash. Deadly Haven 2. Nice. Adios, that one was just as strong as the last. No. No, at least not in my opinion. This one felt less strong. It disappeared in exactly the same way. It was more tanky though, I'll give it that. I can say with more confidence that both instances do indeed have a specific cause. Any idea what it could be? Unfortunately, my senses have been affected by the distortion, so I haven't been able to put my finger on it. I have a feeling the rest of you may have a better chance of locating the source. Really? Let's give it a shot. I mean, it's probably the plants here. Those were the same in the other location. Like, I was already suspicious earlier about those. So I want to give you move 2. Because I want you to be able to move across the battlefields. Okay. Here we go. Look at all of this flowering grass. I believe we saw the same kind blooming on the path behind the boathouse too. Good ear, hello. How are you doing? Yep, these are identical, no doubt about it. They're absolutely beautiful. I don't think I recognize them though. I wonder what they're called. It's a stab in the dark, but is this it? Might be worth a shot. Pick the blue grass. Lloyd? Struck with a sudden urge of flower picking, are we? Usually I wouldn't want to disturb them like this, but... What the hell? Oh. Oh. Is this fine? Oh, okay. Okay, was that... Are we good? What was that? It was as if the very air itself started rumbling. Tio, how's the spatial distortion now? The presence of higher elements has completely vanished. I can no longer sense any anomalous properties in the area. Guess I was right. Wait just a second. Are you telling me that those blue plants are what was causing all of this? It's hard to deny after what we just witnessed. Still, it's insane to think that such a tiny little thing could hold that much power. More like unbelievable. Do any of you know what they're called? I don't, and I also don't detect anything out of the ordinary about them anymore. Perhaps we should have an expert in the field look at them. Good idea. But where though? This one might be out of scope of what the doctors at the medical college do. For now, we should safely store them away so that we don't lose them. I wonder if it's related to the colds. Is it maybe the grass that that was used in the drug? Maybe. I don't know. That's a stretch, maybe. drugged up plant. Yeah, it's because there was the grass. It is the same color. Yeah, exactly. It's a bit suspicious.
Waji.
Okay, something on your mind? It's nothing urgent, but I just might have heard about something like this a long time ago. I vaguely recall there being mention of a mysterious Azure flora in a church's testaments. Really? Wait, are you serious? Like I said, it was a long time ago. I was always one to skim when reading. You've been to Arteria, Eli? Does it sound familiar to you? I wouldn't call myself an expert when it comes to the testaments, but now that you mention it, I do recall reading something along those lines. There's a legend about an Azure flora imbued with inexplicable powers. Doesn't that sound exactly like what we just witnessed? In that case, perhaps the professional we should be looking to consult is affiliated with the church. I mean, Reese is in town, you know. Our safest bet would be to ask Sister Marble if she can tell us anything about it. Reese might know something of use too. Exactly. Okay. I mean, also the fact that it's Azure and the game's name is Trails to Azure. I wonder. Perhaps related. Possibly. Do we have to pick the other one too? Or can we? Because I interacted with it before, but we couldn't then. Maybe we should pick these plants too. Yeah. We only need one sample, so let's leave them and see how it goes. We can think of them as a control group. Okay. Yeah, we might have to fight another cryptid. But at least I know now that they're like, no, we should just leave them. Even if they're dangerous. Which I don't know if I agree with, but I kind of get it. Who keeps leaving all these pots around in the wilderness? That is a good question. Who would do that? I mean, I don't mind. Gives me something to break every now and then. Mini fellow bike? Wait, did I have this? I don't think I do. I have the mirror. I don't think I've got that one. If you jam your fingers into a mysterious, dangerous thing, you might provoke it or make it even more dangerous. While true, I'm curious. I'm a curious person, okay? Can we... Ah, there it is. Oh, nice. This spot looks good. While at the Triple S building, Lloyd and the others decided to take a break from their duties. Wait, did I trigger something? After a cursory check-in with the CPD headquarters, they each retired to their respective rooms to rest. Okay. I think that just about does it. Do you have a minute? Lloyd, yeah, come in. Is it time to go? Just about. HQ didn't need anything else in particular from us today. Everyone's still getting ready though, so don't feel like you have to rush. What were you writing over there? Official paperwork? Oh yeah, it's just one of my duties as a temporary transfer. I have to send Commander Bales a report after each week. I'll keep up the good work. Seems your room isn't so bare bones anymore, huh? Well, yeah, we bought the stuff, Lloyd. I kept buying things. You've got a bike here now, and is that a pair of racing flags on the wall? Why is Lloyd surprised about this? Didn't he buy this stuff? Like, we bought it, right? Or is the idea that she buys it, even though we do it? I don't know. Oh, you recognize them? Sure, I did live in Calvert for 2 years. Now that I think about it, I saw a lot more bicycles there than I do here. As for the flags, they have orbital car races over there too, don't they? Yeah, exactly. My late father was especially fond of those, actually. Back when I was a kid, he bought us some train tickets and took me on a trip to see a race. It was always busy with the CGF, so we only ever went at one time. I see. Is he the reason why you love cars so much? I'm that obvious, huh? I'd love to watch another race next time I get a vacation of work. No telling when that'll be, though, if ever. I hear you there. So I get the sense she'd prefer to be behind the wheel instead of in the stands. Changing the subject a bit. If there are any bicycle models you'd recommend, I'd love to hear about them sometime. Oh? Back when I lived in Calvert, I had this friend who was something of a biker. He definitely stoked some interest in me. I was thinking we could go for a ride together one of our days off. What do you say? That sounds great. Bikes do a lot more than just get you from point A to point B. They're good for a workout, handy in a pinch, and most importantly, fun to ride. I'll bring you a catalog from my house next time. I appreciate it. Oh. Oh, it's because we completed her collection. Spent the budget on a bike for herself. Yeah, it was 5,000 bucks. $5,000 buckaroonies. I mean, it's not actually that expensive, but... I wonder if I've missed some decorations. Hers is the first one to finish. Assuming Yan equals Mira, then that's like 50 bucks. Yeah, it's not too bad. But I mean, it's not exactly, right? Because the world is different and stuff like that. Some stuff is more expensive than you'd expect, while others are cheaper. Why am I blanking? What was I doing? Oh, right. Church. Take me to church. Evening really crept up on us. There's still a lot of information to gather, but I'd like to submit a written report by the end of the night. That would be ideal. Hopefully we'll be able to track some more clues down while we're here. Shall we begin by consulting with Sister Marble then? Yeah, let's head to the Sunday school classroom. Hopefully she's not in the middle of a lesson right now. Oh, who's this? Oh, it's Mr. Barrington. Mr. Grimwood. Good evening to you too. I heard you've been keeping rather busy lately. Oh, you see, the mayor requested my services in drafting a preliminary constitution for Crossbell as an independent nation. Ooh. If Mira equals 10 yen, then it's 500 bucks, which is really expensive, but not 5,000 bucks expensive. Yeah, but then you have like newspapers for 10 bucks, which, I mean, I guess that's still possible. I guess that is still possible. But there's some food that's ridiculously expensive then. Yeah, it's a bit all over the place, honestly. Especially the food. A constitution, as in separate from our autonomous state law? Constitutions are basic outlines of fundamental principles used to provide a legal basis for the creation of a political entity. They establish the precedents and structures under which a government body will operate, that includes sovereignty free from external interference. If Crossbell is to become independent, drafting a constitution will be an indispensable part of the process. I'm not gonna lie, some of that went over my head. Okay, most of it. Well, she did kind of mostly use lingo. She could have explained that in a less legal sense. Hardly surprising, that would be why a specialist like Mr. Grimwood was called in. Not necessarily, the UK doesn't have one to this day. Well, it's not necessary, no. But it is usually done.
市長が熱心に頼んでくるか
The
ら
mayor
断り
solicited
きれ
me
なく
with
てね。
such enthusiasm I couldn't bring myself to turn him
まあ
down.
私
And
個
to be
人とし
perfectly
ても
honest,
彼のアイデ
I
アには賛
support
成
his
だ。
proposal on a personal level.
実現は困難かもしれな
Bringing
い
it
が、
into reality will be
せ
no
めて
simple
力
task,
になれ
but
ないかと思ってね。
I'd like to assist in whatever way I can.
そうですか。
I never knew you felt so strongly.
ひょっとして息抜きがてら。
I assume that means you're here to petition Idios for an extra bit of divine favor.
ああ、
Something like that. I'm at an impasse in my work, so I thought coming to offer a prayer would be a nice change of pace.
やはり人間困っ
It's
た
only
時は
human for a man to turn to the goddess in times of adversity. Fair.
確かに言えてるっすね。
I'm with you there, big guy. I've bent the knee a few times myself at Barca.
本当にお疲れ様です。
Maybe wish you luck with your work, Mr. Grimwood.
君たちの方
mutual,
か
my
そろそろ
friends.
夕方だが、
Speaking
もし
of
かし
work,
て仕
it's
事で
getting
き
to
た
be
のか
quite
い？
late. Are you here on duty?
ええ。ちょっ
That's
と
right.
教会
Just
関
have
係
a
者
few
に
questions to ask at the,
事情がありそうだね。
at the cathedral. Words. Thoughtless as ever, I
こちらも
see.
忙しくはあるが、何か力になれそ
I
うなことがあ
suppose
った
we all
ら
have a lot of on
遠慮
our
なく
plates.
事務所を
If there's
訪ねて
anything
く
you
れた
need,
まえ。
feel free to stop
君
by
た
at
ち
my
ならば
office.
大歓迎
The
だ。
door's always
ありがとう
open.
ございます。
Thanks as
お気を
always.
つけてお帰りください。
Be careful on your way home. See ya.
忙しそう。
He seems overworked.
憲法草案ともなると
Indeed, drafting a constitution likely takes more effort than we can even
下手な
imagine.
ものを発表してしまった
Crossbell's future hinges on the words he writes. The Empire and the Republic will scour for even the most trivial reason to declare it invalid. Yeah, I can't even imagine. God. The whole legal stuff. I despise it anyway, so. Yikes.
僕たちの忙し
He
さと
may
は
not have any cryptids to subdue, but that doesn't make his work any less
それは
taxing.
そうと。
On that
日曜
note,
学校の教
shouldn't
室
we
を
make
訪ね
our
るのか
way
い
to the
Ah.
classroom? Point taken. Actually, I want to check. Oh no, I can't go here right now. Never mind. Oh, there is a
この
class
時
in
間は
session.
年長クラスの授業があるのか。
Looks like the older kids are still in
今
class
日
at the
は
moment.
キーヤは参加してないよう
Though
ですが
evidently Kia isn't in attendance today.
君たち、
May I help you all?
エラルダ大司教
Archbishop Beralda.
お疲れ様です。
Good evening.
君たちは確かクロスベル警察のものだったな。
If I remember correctly, you're those used from the Crossbow
シ
Police.
スターマーブルに
You've
用
come
か
to
ね。
see Sister Marble, I presume.
はい。
That's
そ
right.
の
We wanted to
とある
consult her
植物につい
about a
て
plant we found
そう
today.
植
plant,
物
you say?
それは薬草
Is
か
it some
何か
type
か
of
ね。
medicinal herb perhaps? No, not exactly.
なんでも聖典
We
に
think
載って
it
る
might
か
be
もしれないって
Might
話
have
っす
been
ね。
referenced in the testaments.
ほ
Is that
う。
so?
うん。
In that case, I would be willing to offer you my expertise in her stead. Believe it or not, I'm rather well versed on herbalism as well as general botany. Oh,
そういえばルピナ
that's
ス
right.
草の
You
件では
helped us with the
お世話に
lupinus
なりまし
grass
た
request earlier this year. That was it, right? Wasn't it? Or no, wait, is it lupinus grass? No. Yeah. God, now I'm not sure anymore.
まあ君たち
Leave the
私は
decision
執
up to
務室
you.
に
Come
下
to my
がって
office
いる
if you wish to speak with me about this further. Okay.
相変わらず
It's hard to not hold my breath every time he's around.
せっかくだ
He
し
did offer.
相談してみ
Why
ましょう
not take him up on it? Hmm. I mean, the fact that we get a choice is interesting to me. Are you looking for Sister Marvel? She's currently in the middle of teaching. Talk has been circulating about mysterious giant monsters emerging. Yep. I dealt with those. I think that's enough sprucing up. I believe I saw Ian Grimwood earlier. So I could talk to Sister Marvel, or I could talk to Archbishop Aralda. Maybe it's a proceed irreversibly into the plot past this point kind of thing. It could be. But usually they're more specific about those. That they actually tell you. Wait, there's something strange about him visiting the grave? No, he seems to have been busy lately. I hope this visit was a good reprieve for him. So he did check on Guy's grave, I think. That's what he said. I skipped through a little bit too quickly. I think that's what I read, though. Kosovo State's founding charter outlines that 10% of all state tax revenue is paid back to Ereboni and Calvert. Yeah. They're just stealing money. They're stealing money. Okay, well I can't talk to her, so I guess we do just talk to him.
失礼します特務支援課のものです
あ
So it's not really a choice.
あ話を聞こうか
State your business. You claim to have discovered a plan spoken of in the testaments.
まだ
You haven't
そうだと
actually
決
been
ま
able
った
to
わけではあり
confirm
ません
anything
が
just yet.
まずはこれまでの経緯を一通りお
Maybe
話
it would
し
be
します
best if we started from the beginning.
時空
On one hand, mysterious creatures, on the other, discrepancies in the fabric of space and time itself.
その以前報告
Yes,
させ
and
てい
these
ただい
creatures are
た
different from the ones that previously appeared in Stargazer's Tower and the Moon Temple.
そうい
前に
Right, I almost forgot.
教会に相談
Noel
して
did
みる
mention consulting with the church after our joint investigation.
その花というの
This
は
flowering
今持っ
grass,
てい
do you
るの
happen
か
to have
ね
a sample with you right
hi.
now? Yes, we
光
do.
は失われています
They're
が
not glowing like they were before we picked them, but here you are.
これは
It can't be.
ひょっとして
Does that mean what I think it does?
やはり
You know what they are after all?
いや
No.
残念ながら
I'm sorry to tell you this, but I haven't the slightest idea. I don't know, that's not the reaction of someone who doesn't know what that is. I don't know. He's like, oh my god. And then it's like, oh, actually no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I have no clue.
え
What?
おいおい
The hell?
そりゃねえっす
Stop
よ
holding out
ど
on
う
us.
考えても
Your
心当
reaction
たり
just
があ
now
りそう
tells us
な
otherwise.
ないものはないだけだ
Then I'm afraid your judgment is mistaken.
こちらから誘ってなんだがお引き取り願おうか
Or he's off to call the girls rider. I mean, Aralda hates them though, doesn't he? Maybe that's why? Maybe he's like, if I tell them what this is, I need to get the Grassritter involved. And he doesn't want that? Maybe? I don't know. It was I who invited you into my office. Do I now insist that you leave? You may not realize this, but I'm a very busy man. Oh, what the heck? I mean, hopefully we can talk to Reese about this. I suggest you not bother asking Sister Marble either. She may be a knowledgeable woman, but if I wasn't able to identify them, then I assure you that neither can she. I mean... if she were familiar with them, that would present a problem in and of itself. The way you're talking implies that you definitely know what they are, yeah. Think whatever you will, my previous answer still stands. You could send Commander Bales to my door if you so please. It won't change a thing. God, this guy. I mean, we don't have to talk to Sister Marble. We can talk to Reese, who is kind of more likely to know. What was his problem? Old man shut us out like we were covered in fleas. He didn't even try to help us. He didn't seem all that concerned about hiding his intentions at that. It almost seemed as though he felt he was doing us a favor somehow. It might be something the church considers taboo. So much so that even Sister Marble wouldn't know anything about it. Guess those plants are a stolen asset? No, because they were just growing randomly. But if they're, like, important in some way, I feel like Aralda should want to know more about where he found them, at least. But he didn't even ask about that. I don't know, it's a bit odd. Doesn't all this talk of secrecy just makes you want to know more? It's not as if they can stop us from reading the testaments front to back ourselves. True. Who knows how long that could take, though? I've studied them before, yes, but that was so long ago, I couldn't even tell you which verse or what book to start from. I doubt you'll find the details you're hoping for in the traditional canon. Huh? Who it is? It's Reese. Right? Keep your voices down. Come meet me in the front of the parsonage. Try not to arouse any suspicion leaving the cathedral. Yep. I mean, I knew we would ask Reese. I kind of had the feeling. Or at least, well, she asks us. But yeah. That we would talk to her about it. It was kind of foreshadowed by Ailey as well. We can trust her. If she has something to tell us, then it's in our best interest to hear her out. Fair enough. In front of the parsonage. Follow me, please. I'd prefer it if the others didn't see us. Right. Okay. Very secretive. Afterwards, Lloyd and the others were shown to Reese's room. They then outlined what they knew about the blue flowers and recounted the conversation they had with Archbishop Aralda. Now I understand. It doesn't surprise me that the Archbishop refused to divulge anything to you. You know something we don't?
その前に
Perhaps, but before you
エ
explain,
リーさんまだ私の
Ely,
身分について
you wouldn't happen to
説明
have
してい
told
ない
them
みたい
about my
ですね
position, would you?
ええ
No,
あまり言い回る
I've
の
kept
も
quiet
どう
about
か
it.
と思いま
It
す
didn't seem like the kind of information I should share. I appreciate that.
そ
Um,
の身分と
what
いうの
exactly do
は
you mean by position?
もう大司教には薄
I
々
believe the
感づかれてい
Archbishop
る
already
よう
has
で
his
すが
suspicions about this.
私は教会内
But
で
the
も
truth is, I belong to a secret order within the church,
聖杯騎
the
士団
Gralsritter. It's a sect within the congregation of the sacrament for the
アーティファ
sacraments,
クトを回収
tasked
する
with
組
the
織です
collection of artifacts.
聖杯騎士団って
The Gralsritter?
アルタイルロッジで手を貸して
Like
くれ
the
た
priest that helped us at the altar lodge.
ケビン・グラハムですね
I assume you mean Kevin Graham.
ちなみに私は
It just so happens that I'm one of the squires working under him.
本来ならば
The original plan was for him to come to Crossbell and conduct an investigation into what's going on behind the
大
scenes.
司教の目があっても
But the Archbishop would have never allowed him to set foot in the cathedral, so I came in his place.
なるほど
I do recall him mentioning the Archbishop of Zondetta,
そうだったんですか
so that's why.
つうか
Sounds like the church ain't such a big happy family behind the stained glass.
お恥ずかしながら
Shameful as it is to admit, no.
話を戻しますが
But never mind that. Regarding this plant olive you picked,
確かに
I believe it's the same one written about in the church's testaments.
と言っても
Or
正式
rather,
な聖典で
I
は
should say it's unofficial
下
testaments.
典に当たりますが
The Apocrypha.
下典
Apocrypha?
つまり正式なものとは認められていない。
By unofficial, you mean they're testaments not recognized by the Septuagint Church?
ええ
That's
教
correct.
会内でも
Even
限
within
ら
the
れたも
church
のし
itself, few are
閲覧は
permitted to
許され
ever
てい
lay
ます
eyes upon them.
ですが騎士団
However,
に
an
所属す
exception
る
is
者は
granted to the
そうした下
Gralsritter.
典の閲
That
覧を
is
許
to
さ
say,
れ
we
て
are
い
allowed
ます
to read the
危
Apocrypha.
険なアーティファクトの
It's a
存在が記されているものが
given how many
多いから
artifacts are
です
outlined within the pages of those testaments.
なるほど
Now I get it.
ではその青い
And you're
花は
saying this blue plant is also written about in the Apocrypha?
下典の一つラダ
Yes.
ー記に
A particular Azure flora is mentioned in the Book of Ladder.
七葉脈の真上に
It blooms in locations above septium veins
強調とも
and is said to be an
神秘
omen of things to come, be they for weal or woe.
その名も
They call
フ
it
レロマス
Flomora
王の記
grass.
述が
That's the name. I got confused with the other grass.
その名前は
That name.
So-
Yeah,
それって確か
Gnosis. Yep. I was right. I was right. Isn't that
教団の端末に残さ
the
れて
one
たってい
written
う。
in the cult's records? The main ingredient used in Gnosis.
はい
That's correct.
まさかこんな場所で
Could have
そのま
sworn
ま
we heard the loss of that stuff. It's all coming full circle.
なるほど
So that was what they were
他
using.
の教団の
Many
残
of
し
the
た
mysteries
ものに
left
ついて
behind by the cult have
教会
remained
でもほとんど解明されてい
inscrutable
ません
even to the church.
エラルダ大司教の意向も
There's also
あり
Archbishop Aralda
ヨア
to
ヒム・ギュン
contend
ター
with.
が起こした事件
He's
も
been stonewalling us
ほとん
from
ど調査されません
investigating the
でした。
traces left behind by Joachim Grunter.
ちょっと待ってくだ
Wait,
さ
there's
い
still something I don't
そ
understand.
の花が本
If
当
this
に
Flomora
例の
grass
グ
stuff
ノー
is
シスと
the
いう
key
薬物
ingredient
の
used
原
in
料
Gnosis,
それが各地で発
then
見さ
what
れ
is
た
it
ことが
doing blooming all
何を
over
意味してる
Crossbell
の
right
でしょう
now? What does it mean?
そうね厳重な
That's a
出
good
現も気になる
question.
し
The fact that it corresponds with the cryptid's emergence is also cause for concern.
七葉脈の真上に咲
A
く
plant
花
that blooms atop septium
しかも
veins. Not to mention one known simultaneously as a good and bad omen.
あ
I'm not liking the way these pieces are falling into place.
とにかく俺たちだけ
Regardless
で
of what
対
it
処できる
means,
問
this
題で
isn't
もなさ
something
そう
we
だ
can handle on our
一
own.
旦支援課に戻って
Let's return to the
詳細な
Triple
報告
S
書を
building
まと
for
めて
now
くれ
and give the chief our
リー
report.
スさん教
Reese,
えていただいた
would
情
you
報は
mind if we relayed what you told us to the guild and CGF?
そうですね
Well,
なるべく
I
私の名前を
suppose
出
not,
さないでいただ
as
け
long
る
as you
なら
refrain from mentioning me by name. Still trying to avoid the watchful eye of the Archbishop, are you?
もちろんそのあたりは
Naturally.
極力配慮
We
させて
wouldn't
いた
do
だき
anything
ます
to compromise you, Reese.
ならば問題ありません
Then I have no objections.
私の方も
I'm going to get in touch with the Gralsritter before beginning my own investigation.
お互い何
Would
か
you be
進
willing
展
to
があった
exchange information with me if either of us makes progress?
ええ喜んで
That'd be no problem at all.
よろしくお願いします
So now we're like tied together with Reese, kind of. Our investigations. That's cool. I like Reese. Lloyd and the others then returned to the Triple S building. They quickly put together a report on the cryptids and Planoragrass, taking care to include every detail. The report was then sent to the CGF and Bracer Guild via the Orbital Network. After enjoying a late dinner with the Chief and Kia, they succumbed to the exhaustion of the day and went back to their rooms for a good night's sleep. Breathing? Is that Wald?
こりゃいい。こいつは最高だ。
That's what I'm talking about. Never felt better. With this, I'll crush him. Crush him till he's nothing but dust. Age? You didn't tell me you were gonna start writing my biography in your title. That's not... That's not the intention, Age. I'm sorry. It's not that bad, I hope. I hope you're alright. I'm sure it's not that bad. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it is. But it'll get better. I hope. Oh, but yeah. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to see you. Always happy to see you. What's the wibbly woo he's holding? It looks like a sword. You're only digging the hole deeper. I know, I know. I know I am. But one can hope. One can hope friends are doing good, you know? It took you, huh? Yeah, yeah. No worries. Can go anytime you want. Oh, okay. Just one condition. We handle things my way, got it. Seemed like a demon transformation right there. Did Wald find like a stash of Gnosis or something? Because that's not good. At least I still think that was Wald. He was missing after all. I see, so this Planoragrass stuff was the main ingredient for that drug, huh? If that's the case, the department isn't going to overlook it growing across the state. We were planning on continuing our investigation alongside the guild, but... Is there some other matter you feel warrants attention? You could put it like that, but I think it's a job best left to the other divisions. The referendum is getting closer and there's bound to be a lot of unrest in the city. Put your focus there. Priority right now is to quell their anxieties before things get out of hand. That's a very good point. In other words, crisis management. In that case, what do we do regarding today's plans? We already finished our part of the cryptid search yesterday. If we've got time, we could always go give the bracers a hand anyway. True. What's the matter? Something on your mind? I was just thinking, why don't we try paying the Rosenberg studio a visit? Ooh. Could be fun. Wald's not handling the breakup well. True. That place does have ties to the society. Oh yeah, I totally forgot. We're not in a position to search the studio without a warrant, of course. But if you'll recall, the old man living there told us something the last time he visited. If you have no particular business here, then we have nothing to speak about. You may visit me again when you have reason to. I will at least hear what you have to say, if only out of respect for Ren. Maybe we're stopping by to see him. Although doing so does come with its fair share of risk. Maybe so, but I for one would like some insight on that mysterious boy's objective.
もしかしたらあの工房に
For all we know, he could be taking shelter at the very studio. No, I don't think so.
賛成です。
I think we should go
ただでさ
too.
え危険な
We
外
have to
国勢
consider
力
the
が台頭している
circumstances.
この
There's
状
no
況
telling what the major powers might do at a moment's
これ以
notice.
上怪しげな勢力を
We
放
can't
置するわ
afford
けに
to
はい
leave
きま
some
せん。
shady criminal organization to its own devices on top of it all.
そうね。
That's a fair
まずは
assessment.
工房を直接
Should we make the studio our first priority then?
ああ様子を見て
Let's
み
get
よ
a feel
う
for
場合
the
によっては
situation. Depending on where things go, we may end up needing a search warrant after all.
よし
Guess we'll just have to see.
そんじゃとっとと
Enough
出かける
roundtable
と
talk, let's head on
も
out.
うお仕事に出かける
Hey
の？
guys, does that mean you're leaving for work now?
ああ
Yeah,
そ
that
の
was
つも
the
りだけど
plan.
キーは今日は
Aren't you going to the library
図書館？
today?
ああ、雫の
Yeah, I
ために
wanted to find a book in Brai for Suzuku.
お買い物して
I'm going to go buy groceries on my way home.
買い物ある？
Is there anything you want for dinner?
お買い物って
Shopping for groceries?
大丈
Will you
夫
be
なの？
okay in your own Kia?
確かに。
You know you've been handling all the cooking lately, but even so, it's fine. I buy groceries for Mom with Dad and Oscar all the time. And I'm already friends with the Legion's food lady at times too.
いつ
Wow,
の間に
really?
まあ
Wow, just
希望なら
surprised.
納
This is
得だぜ
Keto we're talking
そ
about.
うなるとちょいと涼しくなってきたし
God,
鍋
she's
物なん
just
かいいかもしれねえな
she's like, yeah, let me do the shopping, all that like cooking around here, housekeeping while she's at it, while also doing advanced math and whatever the heck she's learning. Classic children, am I right? Classic children. In that case, why don't we go for some hot pot today? Can't think of a better cure for this chilly
い
weather.
いですね。
That's a good
みんな
idea.
で盛り上がれ
It'd
そう
be
で
like
す
a
し。
team building exercise,
鍋っ
but
てい
with
うこと
food.
はやっぱり東方風な
I
のか
suppose that means we'll be eating Eastern style
キヨ
tonight.
ちゃん、大
Can
丈
you
夫？
handle that, Ikea? I think I can
ラ
manage.
ジオちゃんと撮りたい
I want to make the broth from scratch. I'm gonna go to the stalls on East Street.
お
Look at our little head chef
帰っ
here.
てきた時のお楽しみができましたね。
You've yet to even leave, and already I look forward to coming
ありが
home.
とうキーヤ
Thank you,
今日
Kia.
はなるべく
We'll try our hardest to make it back on time. You got it. Didn't she basically spend 500 years in stasis, hopped up on a constant supply of gnosis? Or did they not have that while she was in the magic orb? I don't think they supplied her with gnosis, no. She was created or something 500 years ago, but how, we don't know. And as far as I'm aware, she was just in the orb and only woke up like, yeah, less than a couple of months back, right? Well, no, not less than, just a couple of months back. So I don't know if she's ever even touched Gnosis, to be honest. Grown in a vat or something? Maybe. Monster extermination every minute? Of course, okay. The situation in the village has changed since you were here yesterday. I'll be waiting for you at Harold Hayward's house in the residential district. Okay. Mission on Wonderland is recruiting people to help everyone's favorite mascot, Mishi. Oh my god. Capua delivery service? Wait. Capuas? Some packages and their addresses mixed up by mistake and they were delivered to the wrong places. We need some assistance. Come to Crossbow Airport.
いくつか新しいのも来ているね
I get to see the Capuas again? I mean, maybe it's probably Yozat at least. Looks like we have a few new ones.
先に
What's
人
the
形工房
plan?
に行ってから片付けても良さそうだが
work our way through, and once we're done with the dual studio, no,
Yeah.
probably before.
聞き込み次第急ぎの支援要請なんかは
I think we should
先に片付けてお
take
いた
care
方
of
がい
as
いな
many as the requests as we can
そうですね。
beforehand.
じゃあテーマパークのアルバイトは
We'd better find time to respond to the Michelin Wonderlands one, or so. Or so help me. Yeah. Don't worry, Tio. I will. I will. I will report later. Okay. Let's go to the station. Or the airport, rather. Are you with the Capua delivery service? This is Aaron. I am. Who are you guys? We're with the special support section. We came to speak about the support request you submitted. I'm in a real bind here. The job is going to take a while to complete. Are you ready to start? Yeah, sure. Thank you for the hydrate, Jaeger. I hope you're doing well. You can count on us. The request was about some misdelivered packages, right? And boy, were they misdelivered. See, our company delivers parcels to places all over the continent, but unfortunately we made an error while we were here in Crossbell. Several packages were listed with incorrect addresses by our staff and sent to the wrong locations. That does sound like a problem. Our president's a little bit of a scatterbrain, to put it nicely. Oh, classic. This isn't the first time something like this has happened either. One time he even mixed up a shipping label with a letter from a friend. Doesn't sound like your president's the most meticulous person out there. They basically added a hat to their normal, already weirdly standardized outfit when they became a delivery service. Yeah. I do like that they became a delivery service though. It's great. You're okay? Have a headache again? No. Stop doing that, Jaeger. I'm shaking my head. So stop getting your head, like, I don't know, hit. They already have an airship? Can't imagine they grow on trees. No, I imagine they don't. But, I mean, considering it's been a bit by now, I think they might have more airships now than they did before, no? They might have multiple. Because, like, a delivery service with one airship is... I mean, it works. But I'd assume you'd get more eventually. I don't know how long it's been. It's only been like half a year maybe since they started it. So they probably would still only have the one. Maybe. I don't know. Depends if they could get some money injected from somewhere. I won't deny it, but he's a good man. When we had nowhere to go, he took us in with open arms. Sorry, got off topic there. Long story short, I need you to help straighten out all the packages. We usually have a local shipping company handle the cargo, so I have no idea where it's going. Do you happen to have a bead on where all those errant deliveries went? According to what I have, a parcel intended for St. Ursula's ended up at Mainz Der Ziegel Inn. What St. Ursula received instead was originally bound for a private home in the residential district. I'd like you for each of you to go... Wait, for you to go to each of these places, reclaim the misdelivered packages, and get them to the rightful recipients. And there's a fragile package shipping label. This is the package that was supposed to be delivered to Der Ziegel. And the shipping label is supposed to be attached to the one that was delivered to St. Ursula. That's right. First off, deliver this little parcel to Der Ziegel. Then the package there should go to St. Ursula's. I mean, it's fine. I've got it. It's not that bad. I was hoping to talk to Yuzette though. Instead we have to deal with Aaron here. It's not that bad. Not that bad. Oh, hi. It's you guys who scared me. I thought you were Momo for a second. You can't just slip in like you own the place. Come on, Lloyd, sharing is caring. Now do your parallel Ryu is solid and keep quiet about where I'm hiding. Don't be a narc. Where's Momo? Oh, I was gonna tell her. I couldn't have the option.
どうしますか？どこに行きますか？
You can occasionally see the bobcat in the airport. Ooh.
お安いご用です。
Actually, you want to check then.
お待たせしました。
I mean, it should be here. Yeah, there it is. Beautiful.
どうしますか？どこに行きますか？お安いご
The
用です。
mains?
はい、到着しました。
I do have to check. 'Cause the other stuff, so the theme park. This is Harold Hayward's and residential, so we can do that. So we can start this one after we do the package stuff, because it ends in residential. So then from there we can go into this one. And then maybe if we go to West Crossbell at some point, we can do the monster. And then this one. I think we'll do that one last. The map has surprisingly few switchbacks on the road to mains. True. That's true. Surprisingly straight, but then a bridge over this water and a tunnel through. Yeah. It doesn't look like it would be able to just go up like that. Yeah, even here, there's not really any... They just drive straight up the mountain, obviously. If it isn't the kids from the police. Y'all looking to book a room? Nope. It came about a case we're working on. Have you received any strange packages? Oh, as a matter of fact, the most peculiar delivery came in today. Anyone thought to send it to us? I couldn't even begin to guess. Do you happen to know something about it? Actually. So that's what happened. The package we received was supposed to go to St. Ursula then. No wonder it was chock full of scalpels and such. I can only imagine how disconcerting it was when those suddenly arrived. Yeah. Yeah, I don't... Just like... You're working at an inn, and you're like, oh, package? Sure, let's open it up. Full of scalpels and like medical supplies, and you're like, okay, this is a bit weird. A bit weird. Just send a horse hatch, yeah. Cars are still brand new, so I guess footpaths aren't as restricted by gravity. I mean, they kind of are. I mean, there's the in Trails of Cold Steel, there's the path up to a castle, and that's just switchbacks. And there's no road there, it's just on foot. Footpaths generally also follow the same route, or rule, because you know, you don't want to go straight up a hill, basically, or like up a mountain. It does depend how steep it is, though. You don't know the half of it. Luca got so spooked she was hell-bent on throwing them out with the trash tomorrow. It's a good thing we made it on time. Switchbacks on the path to the castle also means more opportunity for the defenders to shoot at you. That's true. that's a double, double use, double whatever. Brain is not thinking about the right word. It's fine. Dual wield, yes. Dual wielding. Dual wielding switchbacks. And here's the actual package. These are the Liberalian drinking glasses I ordered. Ooh. And could we have the package? Here you are. Trust you'll get this to the hospital. Yep. Cool. That should be simple enough.
どうしますか？
God,
どこ
I
に行
love
きま
the
すか？
car.
お安いご用です。
It looks so good as well.
到着しました。
よし行くか。
I love how fancy it looks. Triple S mobile. Oh yeah. Yeah, it actually it doesn't have the police thing on it. I was thinking of repainting it again soon. I think I got some new paint colors or paint options. So the package was... Our nurse admin Martha was racking her brain over it. She thought maybe a nurse made a mistake with the purchase order. It happens... one of our clumsier nurses has done something to the effect in the past, multiple times in fact. Did she now? Clumsier nurses. Could it be... maybe. Does that mean the package is currently in the nurse's station? It should be... Feel free to take a look. Hi, Nurse Philia. Wait, do we just... Oh, here. Yeah. She's getting scolded even though it's not her fault. Honestly, Sarah, you should be old enough to know better than this. Why is it that you can't even place a simple order without making mistakes? No, there's gotta be some other explanation. Just ask Mifa. She even asked me to put the order together. I mean, sure, it took me 20 tries before I got the numbers right, but we did it eventually. The things Mifa has to put up with. You're lucky she's so fond of you. Something happened. So around here I was tasked with placing an order for medical supplies, but we've run into a problem of sorts. The package that arrived didn't have any supplies. Instead, it had some sort of worn-out doll inside. God just knows why. Mind you, this isn't Saron's first offense. Earlier this year, she botched an order of bed sheets too. Oh, come on, why won't you believe me? I'm telling you, I know I got it right. How does one get the Tio paint job for the Triple S mobile? I have no idea. I didn't even know there was one. Are you thinking the same thing I am? No doubt in my mind. I mean, I might know a thing or two about what happened here. A missed delivery? So the package we received was never meant for us to begin with? That's right. Would this happen to be the package you were expecting? It appears so. These are the medical tools I placed an order for. Thank you for coming all this way to deliver them. I suppose I owe you an apology, Saron. I hope you can forgive me. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions like that. Oh, it's all water under the bridge now, as long as you're not still mad at me. I almost forgot. They should have put it in somewhere here. Saron dug around inside the package to look for something. Wait, what? There it is, my new Kagamaru strap. We were already placing an order. I figured I might as well add this to the package too. Isn't it just adorable? Okay. You maybe don't add personal things that you want to like a business order. I don't think that's allowed normally. Surely the name on the package should have been a giveaway. So the label was missing, Jaeger. But that's even more suspicious, to be honest. This address, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it was mislabeled. Sorry, no, the label on the original package was, yeah. There were a couple of things wrong with it. There were a couple mislabeled. One of them was missing it, so we had to deliver that manually. But that was the original one. Santa House people kept saying was haunted 10 years back. That's the one. Then what's going on? Is it possible someone moved in recently? Couldn't really say for sure. Okay, so we're delivering it to a haunted mansion. That's great. And what's inside is just a creepy doll? Hmm. Okay.
よし行くか
Yeah, that's
どこに行こうかなさあ
that's
行くぞ
fine. Maybe the ghost wants express delivery too.
よし
Yeah,
着いたぞ
probably. I mean, if I was a ghost, I'd also order things all the time. This is definitely the address. Place doesn't exactly feel lived in. Know what I mean? Did someone mess up? Maybe the sender wrote down the wrong address? It's possible. Even if they did, the delivery slip doesn't actually list the recipient, only a destination. Very suspicious. What's wrong, Tio? Nothing? Hold on, look. It's open. It was a little ajar, so I thought it might be. We may as well show ourselves in and see if someone really did order this. Hmm. Suspicious. Just chuck it through the window. We could do, but might as well check inside. Oh, they have a car book. I see that. Right there. Excuse us, anyone home? What did I tell you? No one lives here. But this is definitely the address listed on the delivery slip. The front entrance wasn't locked either. Who are you? Oh, hi. Hmm? A girl? Oh, excuse us, little girl. Are you the only one home? We're here to deliver a package and... Oh, you mean she's finally here? Don't just stand there, come in. Yeah, definitely not creepy. That there's only a kid here. Kid was so excited she didn't even let you finish. Looks to me like we found a recipient. She's clearly expecting a delivery after all. That's odd though. If there really was a little girl living here, I'm sure I'd heard of it. Don't know what to tell you. You met the squirt 10 seconds ago, same as the rest of us did. What the hell is going on here? Let's just follow her, see where she leads us. Yeah, I'm sure this is fine. Here's the package you ordered, I think. Yay, she's finally come home. Ups a daisy. A doll of herself. Huh. Yeah, that's... that's fine. That's normal, right? That's a normal thing for a child to have. To order. I think it's one of those famous antiques, you know, from the Rosenberg studio. I don't think so. It doesn't look very expensive to me. This doll? Did it used to be one of yours? She's not an it. She's my beloved little sister. Isn't she just adorable? Hmm. Yeah, this is fine. Is she now? Well, thank goodness we were able to reunite the two of you. Thank you, everyone. If you don't mind, I'm going to take her back to her bedroom. Didn't no one care to mention that the doll looked exactly like her? Because that is pretty suspicious, or kind of weird at least. You should to the doll room, now you shall also be dolls? Oh no. Am I the only one who feels completely lost about this? It doesn't seem like anyone else is home either, no parents or anything. What's wrong, Tio? Nothing. It was just my imagination, I think. Hey, who's in there? Someone at the front door now? Another guest, perhaps? Her parents don't seem to be home, so maybe we should answer for her. Oh, it's Imelda. Lady Imelda. Right? If it isn't a triple S, then what are you doing in a place like this? We came on police business. What brings you all the way out here from your antique shop? Police business? What the devil for? This house has been completely abandoned for over a decade. As for what I'm doing here, I've been using this building as a warehouse for my merchandise for some time now. What's the matter? You look as if you just saw a ghost. Alright, what's the big idea here? Even if Imelda's telling the truth about using this place for storage, how do you explain the creepy little girl we just handed the doll to? Good question. We could always ask her ourselves. I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Right, there has to be. I'm pretty sure she went into the back door just past the living room. Are your ears screwed on right? I just told you no one lives here. Yep, and she's gone, right? What? Where'd the little girl go? Think she's hiding somewhere? Lloyd, look at those. Hmm? Oh, now there's two dolls. Yay. I mean, it was close, Jaeger, what you said, except she turned into a doll, not the other way around. I recognize the one we just delivered, but the other one looks just like the girl we spoke to. Both of them look the same. They just have like a difference in the color of the little gemstone thing. Like that's the only difference. Don't try to tell me anything otherwise, you know? That's literally the only difference. Oh, actually no. The hair here. There's actually slight differences. That's interesting. They made a little bit more differences than just that. Interesting, okay. Now you can't leave? I think we can leave, it's fine. Looks just like the girl we spoke to. I think a lot of you owe me an explanation here, wouldn't you say? Now spill it. Would you rather arrest yourselves for trespassing? I don't think that's how it works, but I'll try to explain. I told Imelda that they came to deliver a package and that the little girl they met was just a spitting image of one of the dolls. Yeah, I see. Turns out what he said had a grain of truth in it after all. What are you talking about? I purchased one of those two dolls while traveling abroad many years back. They were said to have been crafted to resemble the daughters of a noble family from long ago. They were a set of twins, so two dolls were made. Unfortunately, I was only able to get my hands on one of them. There's nothing wrong with the doll, per se, but strangely I could never convince anyone to even consider buying it. What does the last part have to do with anything? For a detective, you're astonishingly dim. The point is, you were made to deliver a second doll, whereupon you came across a mysterious girl who resembles the first. What I'm saying is perhaps the doll came to life and summoned her twin to her, no? I mean, that's a stretch. It is ridiculous. It's probably what happened, but it's still very much a stretch. It's ridiculous. A certain man has always insisted to me that every doll has its own destiny. Perhaps the old fogey was onto something this whole time. Every doll has its own destiny? Sorry, but that still sounds absurd to me. Are you telling us that the girl we spoke to was the ghost of this doll? I refuse to believe it. The veracity of that claim aside, there is a substantial concentration of spiritual energy in this building. I can sense the presence of the 3 higher elements too, the way I could at the Moon Temple and Stargazer's Tower. In other words, what we witnessed may have been a spiritual phenomenon of sorts. A spiritual phenomenon? That would explain the hair standing up on the back of my neck. Man, this would have been a hell of a lot easier if we were all just hallucinating. But if Teotot says there's something to it, I'm not gonna tell her otherwise. You're kidding, right? I don't want to believe any of this. Oh, my, but it's fun to watch you all shiver and tremble yourselves silly. At the end of the day, whether or not you put any stock into the blatherings of that reclusive doll fanatic is up to you. But one thing is for certain, and that is, now that those sisters are reunited, they can finally find a proper home, by which I mean a prospective buyer. And that's good news for my bottom line. It's always about the money, huh, old bag? Wraps up the request, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Wait, but the book though... Oh, I need to go back there. Looks like you managed to get all the packages where they needed to go. You guys are lifesavers. No problem. Not that it's any of my business, but is she okay? Her face is kind of pale. Couldn't have been. We didn't talk to her, did we? I guess she's still a little haunted by the experience. I don't blame her. I hope Imelda didn't lock the gate. I don't think so. Because there was literally no moment that I had control in that area. So if the book is there needs to be a way for me to get it. If I get going, if I ever need help in Crossbell again, I'll let you know. I'll report this back to the boss. I mean, report back to the president that everything worked out alright. I want to go see the... Okay, fine. I wanted to talk to the Kapuas more. But I guess only Aaron is here. Only random nobody. Oh, I mean, I shouldn't say that. Right. There we go. Deep paintwork. I did say I wanted to recolor the car. Oh, right.
どうしますか?
よし、やるか。
Ooh. That is pretty nice. Cool. So this is the triple S CPD. I like this one. Oh, I'll have the deep red. That's pretty good. What do I want to do now? Oh, right. I remember. What the heck are you doing over here? I'm not flooring it on the highway. There's nothing but open roads out there. Not at all like the city. Right. I don't like those guys. They are the worst. You put in a request for the special support section? Hello there, Triple S. I can't tell you how glad I am that you're here to help with us again. Help us again. Thank you very much for coming. Can you tell us what happened since yesterday? I fear the situation is more dire than we originally thought. I'd like to discuss it in depth. Sure. Yesterday evening, I went to the Ash Tree Inn in another attempt to persuade Derek. I told him that Minnie's character was far too suspicious and that he had to break ties with him. I mean, that's not the best way to go about it. I know it's the truth, but just immediately being like, son, break ties with that man when he's also an adult, you know? It never really goes well because people tend to not like being told what to do. Especially not like that. In the end, Derek still refused to listen. Of course he did. I did learn something new, and so I hurried here to discuss the matter with Mr. Hayworth. Has Minnis taken some form of action? What Chief told me caught me off guard, if I may be frank. Minnis' grip on the village is far tighter than we have given it credit for. Would you mind elaborating? From what we learned yesterday, several villagers already trust him. Has it gone further than that? Well, you see, Minnis has not only secured their private property on Old America Road, but also the deeds to numerous plots and fields in the village itself. Oh my god. So he actually bought stuff already? So he owns like half the village or something? That's crazy. Shocking as that is, one question comes to mind. How was he able to pull off something that big? From what we know, Minnis pitched a plan to increase Armorica's lotus production, as he puts it. By slowly accumulating deeds to the villagers' farmlands, you could expand the lotus fields and streamline their harvests. Moreover, management of the plots themselves would be contracted to the Quincy Company to reduce the required labor. That does line up with what we heard yesterday. At first blush, it sounded like a pretty good deal for the villagers. Too good to be true. As long as those deeds are in Minnis' hands, he can abuse the land in any way he wants. There'd be no coming back from that. Indeed, the man cannot be trusted by any means. Yeah, because the thing is, right, if a company wants to help a village flourish, you don't sell the company that land. You keep the land in your own possession because you don't want the company to have full control. They're only there to help you flourish. You don't want them to have the thing themselves. Right? If they want to invest and gain money from that, like a sort of tax, right? That's fine. But you don't give them the deed. That's when you're smart. Exactly. But that's what I'm saying. That's what they should have done, is that they discuss something without actually selling them the land. Because now it's sold, what do? Right? You don't have anything to stand on anymore. If he ruins it for you, it's ruined. The Orbital Revolution is only 50 years old. The first company towns are still growing like these. Yeah, they probably don't know that much about the deeds and things like that. It's all kind of new. The market is all about aiming for fools with something to get swindled out of them. Yeah. Yeah, and these are farmers, right? They might not have like a formal education necessarily. They might be like, oh, you want to buy my land and help me like produce better? Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. How much of your city's real estate law do you know? Well, not much, but I do know that I technically don't own anything. Like, I rent this place, right? It's not mine. And that's kind of what you would have as well. You wouldn't have a deed, you would have a contract. Like, I own this land, but I let you use it. But the thing is, if you're going to sell your land, right, you would want to know more about this stuff. Like, I don't know a lot because there's not a need for me to know. But if I needed to know, I can find out. Of course, in this world, that would be a bit more difficult because there's no internet necessarily, but there's people to talk to. But again, that is what the smart person would do. And the farmers might not be the smartest cookies. The man cannot be trusted by any means. Or at least, I mean, they might still be smart, but they don't know about how to deal with this stuff. And they just see the short-term profits. Maybe Farmer Bomb was shown a briefcase containing more mirror than he'd ever seen in his life. Yeah, definitely. That's what happens, right? It's more like bribery. It's the same with the other guy that got sold a car for cheap, right? It's like, oh yeah, that sounds great. Let me just buy this car for very cheap from you, because that's amazing. But yeah. Not bribery. Well, no, it's not actually bribery, but it might as well be, you know? It's close enough in what the result is. But it's fine, whatever. And he's only focused on that private property of ours. Even the worst case scenario wouldn't be too terrible, but now that he's using plots of land within the village, the results could be catastrophic. True. You guys might be shit out of luck when it comes to breaking that contract though. That's where you come in. If you can expose him, then perhaps the contract can be voided. Ooh, that's a difficult one though. Like, expose what? Shady business practices? Is that enough to just void a contract? I don't know. Like, only if it's sold under false pretenses, maybe. Like, if the legal system can void a contract like that, what the heck? Like, I feel like it should be on the people selling, or like, yeah, selling the lands. I don't know. What's in the contract? Is this... I don't know. This world, whatever. I'm just spewing stuff. I know there's nothing criminal happening on the surface here, but even still, can we ask you to look into this? The Triple S has never actually been all that beholden to CPD protocol. Our job is to support the citizens when they request it. Well, yeah, we can try, but that doesn't mean we can actually void illegal contracts. That's not... Well, no, if it's a crime, then sure, but buying land is not necessarily a crime, right? It's dirty the way he handled it, perhaps, but like, there's not been a crime necessarily. All we know is that this guy is kind of scummy, but he hasn't technically committed a crime according to the letter of the law, as far as I'm aware. So yeah, we can investigate and maybe see if there's been something that he did that is actually a crime. And if that's the case, then maybe we can get the contracts voided. But that is still a very specific circumstance that we don't know for certain. Yeah, we can ask Ian Grimwood. He is kind of busy with the Constitution at the moment, though. Even a shred of evidence against Minute would be a good starting point. True. Ian's extremely busy, I know. I know. Let's go pay him a visit. I'm so powerless in all of this. It's kind of pathetic. Don't worry, Chief told I will handle it from here. I mean, as the chief, I don't think you could have done much though. Like, if people in your village start selling the land, that's not on you. You're just... That sucks though. That does really suck. I heard in Germany you can just void a contract if you can convince the judge you were duped, even if the terms are pretty legit. Ah. Interesting. Oh Yoda, thank you for the posture check. I thought that was a hydrate for a second. I was about to drink. I mean, I might as well still. My voice is pretty rough. I would imagine that it's not easy to convince a judge that you've been duped though. We were afraid you might have been out of your office. I was just in the middle of a much needed break, but it would seem you're in desperate need of my counsel. Is it really that obvious? I've seen those looks on your faces coming through my door countless times by now. Please take a seat. So we explain everything. That's quite the predicament the village has found itself in. A case such as this would typically be a top priority for me. But as you know, I've been busy this week drafting up a preliminary constitution for the mayor. I apologize, but I won't have the time to handle this case personally. I'll give you any advice I can while you're still here, or while you're here. Do you have any insight? At this point, there's no evidence of Minute engaging in any unlawful activity, at least as far as we can tell. Is there something we're missing? I do have one idea. Oh, already? Possibly. An Erebonian contact of mine once provided me with some reference material for a very similar case. I can't say the circumstances are an exact match. Any lead that could help us is a good one. If you think this other case is worth mentioning, we'd be happy to hear about it. From what I recall... Okay... Several years ago, a man visited the estate of an Erebonian baron. He introduced himself as Rittner, an enterprising businessman working for a famous brewing company. Rittner presented the baron with an opportunity to become rich beyond his wildest dreams, and quickly at that. He proposed that the baron's barley fields, which has been passed down to the family for generations, be used to establish a brewery. The facilities would be constructed on the barony, and his family would be responsible for managing them. That was the idea anyway. Yeah, it's very, very close to what's happening in America. The Baron accepted the deal and signed Rittner's contract. Under the pretense of constructing the brewery, the fields and portion of the Baron's lands were temporarily transferred to Rittner. Moreover, the Baron converted his assets into capital for the sake of getting the business off the ground. However, Rittner soon disappeared with both the deeds and the capital, never to be seen again. Yeah. The hell? Baron and his family panicked after suddenly losing contact with Rittner. At the time, they had no idea of the gravity of what was about to unfold. To their shock and surprise, they learned Rittner had sold the deeds to a third party. Yep. The land was to be repurposed into a villa resort. Today, it stands as part of a suburb instead. Yeah, so you just sell off everything, basically. They just get a bunch of money, get out, sell it off. As much as they can, kind of whitewashing it. and then just disappear with a bunch of money. In the end, the Baron's family racked up a substantial debt. Before long, they had lost their entire territory. With that, the family was stripped of their rank, and they vanished without a trace. Oof. Oof. That's one hell of a story. That man conned them into giving up their property and sold it right under their noses. Well, not just their property, their entire being. That's insane, though. Is this the cop was? It might be. Talking about the piece of case law just after finishing a delivery job for them. Yeah. But they've turned a new leaf. They're good now. Mainly. Mostly. The man conned them into giving up their property and sold it right under their noses. Who would even do such a thing? Your investigation immediately reminded me of that case. One person lies to earn each another's trust before running off with a large fortune. It's a common strategy for committing fraud. True. Fraud. Yeah, if you can say it's fraud, then yeah, contracts would be able to be nulled, right? Because you're still like, the contract probably would have, like the sales contract at least, should have some kind of detail of the plans, right? Like, oh, they're going to use the deed for something. If they're not going to do that, and they're just going to skip and run, and you can prove that they're, for example, not part of that company that they claim they are, then that's fraud. Yeah, like here, Minnis may not be a Quincy company employee at all. If you can prove that he's not part of the Quincy company, he's been lying. And if you can prove that, it's done. You can just declare everything null and void and everything is good. But how do you prove that is the question. It'd be best if we shifted our focus to investigating this as a potential act of fraud. That changes the kind of leads we should be looking into. As far as Minith goes, there are two major areas that stand out to me as suspicious. In that plan of his, we need to find out whether or not he's actually done anything to establish this Armorican honey company. We could probably figure that out by following the mirror trail. You'd have to apply for a bank loan to open a business in Crossbell. If it's all a sham, then we'll find the evidence we need at IBC. True. The other point of concern is whether Minut's actually an employee of the Quincy company. The Quincy company's headquarters aren't in Crossbell though, so that'll be a little tougher to ferret out. I may be able to help with that. We should try stopping by my grandfather's home. The McDowell estate? Why? There should be a brochure about the Quincy company there. It outlines how the company operates. We may be able to find some useful information. What's something like that doing on your Gramps' pad? Well, because I happen to enjoy making sweets, alright? I once took an interest in the Quincy company, so I ordered one of their brochures. Last I recall, it was on a shelf in my old bedroom. Then again, I doubt a simple brochure would have all the information we need. I wouldn't be so quick to discount the possibility. It's official Quincy company material. You might be able to find something that conflicts with what Minnis said. Never hurts to cover all our bases. True. Yeah, if you can find an official statement that contradicts with what he was saying, then yeah, boom. Try to meet up with the Hayworths later. Let's get this investigation underway. We need to go to the IBC and look into Min's plan. It'll also be a good idea to swing by the McDowell estate. Cool. Okay, so let's do that. The McDowell estate is right here, so it's not that far. Wait, was it not? Which one was Evie's room? Was it this one? Ah, this one. This is the Quincy Company brochure I mentioned. They even had this sucker bound. Can't say they didn't put any effort into this thing. Wait, a brochure that's bound? I guess I've seen crazier things. They have ample resources to do so, considering the size of the company. Whatever is written inside should be sufficiently credible. It's a good thing we stopped by for it. Let's take a closer look. Okay. As the leader in confectionery manufacturing, the Quincy Company strives tirelessly towards its next innovation. This brochure aims to briefly introduce the methods and creeds that drive our passion. We believe the key aspect of any confectionery is its taste. Otherwise, how could anyone enjoy it? With this belief as a core tenet, the Quincy Company refuses to compromise on the quality of its products. Our factories are fitted with the latest equipment and operated with the utmost attention to hygiene. Here at the Quincy Company, we're particular not just about the quality of our ingredients, but where they are sourced as well. Our product development pipeline, too, is run with the strictest of standards. Okay, this is important. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives, who after many meetings decide whether a product is worthy to go to the market. Only then can they reach the production line. This has been a Quincy Company tradition since its founding, such that we may deliver our valuable customers nothing less than the finest confectionaries to enjoy. Personally sampled by the executives, huh? Okay. It is this commitment to excellence that has made the Quincy Company the exceptional confectioner it is today. I'm not sure what we were expecting. This is all just typical corporate double talk. Did anybody manage to find a contradiction between this and something Minnis had said? Not in particular. Maybe coming here for this brochure was a waste of time after all. I did notice something. Yeah, there were a couple of things. I get it. You just activated your old detective mode and bam, right? Don't leave us hanging. What do you find? Set up a pizza company and mandate you have to personally confirm the quality of each product. Yeah. I would love to do that, honestly. I get one slice of every pizza. Oh. And everyone just gets like most of the pizza and then one slice missing. And then all the separate slices get sent to me. It's brilliant, honestly. If you remember what Minnis told us at the hotel yesterday, the answer is obvious. It was only a passing remark, but still comes into major conflict with what's written in the brochure. Enough to prove that he isn't, in fact, an employee of the Quincy Company to begin with. You got that much out of it with this one little pamphlet? You see, if Minnis... Sorry to cut you off, but where's the fun in spoiling it all now? What are you talking about? If I'm being honest, it's annoying that you're the only one who's figured it out. Why not give the rest of us a chance and save it for when we interrogate Minnis? This is an investigation, not some game. I agree with Wazzy, actually. Your hypothesis might not be accurate after all. As a precaution, we shouldn't let ourselves be swayed by a mere hunch. Not to mention, I don't appreciate you stealing the spotlight with your detective mode, as Rennie put it. If you to insist, instead, I want you all to consider everything we've learned so far. I'll summarize the main points of the brochure in the detective notebook, rather. Let's see what he's written down then. Okay, the company culture prioritizes high quality product above all else, state-of-the-art equipment, and they're particular about the quality of their ingredients as well as where they're sourced from, and they sample product prototypes and decide whether they're worthy of being brought to market. I mean, I think it's this, but I mean, also where they're sourced from is very important. There's laws who are especially suspicious. To the IBC. I'll have to decide later on. What can I do for you today? You'd like to ask for your assistance. Would it be possible for you to do an account search? We're hoping to look into some suspicious mirror transfers from a certain depositor. You want me to pull up private information on one of our clients then? Doing so is within company policy if it's related to a criminal inquiry. But would you mind telling me the details first? Not a problem. We suspect fraud. I see, I believe I understand the circumstances now. Will this be sufficiently probable cause for us to conduct a search? Cracking down on these kinds of things is in the bank's best interest too. Fraud would damage the reputation. That's true. You're correct. And this is related to a legitimate investigation. I can help, but you'll have to settle for me simply telling you what I can pull up on the terminal screen. That's more than enough, yeah. Let me search for an account registered under the name Minith. American Honey Company, subsidiary of the Quincy Company. There we are. We do indeed have an account opened under that name. Hold on. What happened? Did you find something incriminating? I don't have the authority to tell you the exact balance on record, but I will say that the American company has no more than the minimum deposit in its account. Right. What exactly does that mean? They have no startup money, basically. Basically, corporate accounts require an initial sum of capital to open. In this case, that base amount is all there is. From what you've told me, that would leave tens of thousands of Mira unaccounted for. Minith has the construction of the factory, management of the fields, and more to cover. Yeah, like, if you're starting up a company and you're like, yeah, we're gonna build like a factory and like construct this and manage the fields and blah blah blah, and you have the base amount of money in your account, that's not a good look. That's not a good look. It's simply impossible for any minimum deposit to be capable of financing all of it. Despite him holding the titles to the land and signing several deals, the balance hasn't changed a single time. Yeah, so he's not doing it under the company name, which is even more suspicious. This account appears to have been made for the sole purpose of gaining Derek's trust. You're just making excuses to not start a pizza company. No money, no problem. How much would it cost to start a pizza company? I don't think I have that amount of money. I don't think I can just, you know... Could I get a loan to start up a pizza company? The minimum required for a bank account is 0. I don't think that's true. You need to be able to make pizzas or hire someone who can. Yeah. I'll just hire someone for minimum wage to make pizzas and deliver them. Now I'd need 2 people at least, right? One to make the pizzas and one to deliver them. Oh, that's so much money. I couldn't afford that. I'd go bankrupt. Because I'd need a pizza oven as well and stuff like that. Ingredients. Like, I could probably... I could technically fund it for a little bit, and then I'd be out of money and be sad. Getting the materials isn't easy either. You need to sign contracts for delivery. Yeah. I do have like a business business card for like a specific store that's meant for bulk sales and stuff. So I do have that. I do have that. I don't know if they sell like everything I need to make pizzas though. I have contacts. I will say that. But you know, it's a lot more than that. And I don't know if I want to deal with the headache of starting a pizza company, considering I already don't even run this company very well. Adding another one on top is just... no. I would love to though. Honestly, it would be fun to have pizza company. But I would have... I would more like... I would want to put the responsibility on someone else's shoulders, not my own. But that would cost more. Things clearly aren't adding up there in more ways than one. It's just the kind of evidence we need. We appreciate your cooperation. Should you ever require anything more, please don't hesitate to ask. We now have material on every suspicious aspect of Minith and his plan. Let's make our way back to the Hayworth residence. Right. Okay. This will be interesting. So Minith, super suspicious. Oh, and the lawyer is here too, nice. I mean, he did say he was going to be there. It's the Triple S. There you all are. Mr. Grimwood, I'm glad you could make it. Did you just get back yourself, Mr. Hayworth? Yes, I finished asking my business associates about the matter at hand. How did things go on your end? We were able to round up a few leads thanks to Mr. Grimwood. How about you, Mr. Hayworth? I did just the same, in a manner of speaking. You see, I'm not quite sure what to make of it all. Well, you went through the trouble of digging up that info, so you may as well share with the rest of the class. Agreed, the information may be beneficial. Suppose you're right. I asked my business associates if the name Minith rang any bells, having never heard it myself. What they informed me is that he's been making inquiries into a certain market since arriving in Crossbell. What market would that be? Land prices in various locations throughout Crossbell. Right, okay. So not at all to do with confectionaries or anything like that, just land. So he just wants to buy up the land as cheaply as possible, sell it off, and then probably make a decent profit. That's my assumption. Land prices? He sounds more like a real estate agent at this point. Why would a Quincy Company employee even need that kind of information? The answer to that just might be instrumental in helping us figure out Minith's true objective here. You think so? Certainly something worth considering. Incidentally, I may have discovered something else of note since we last saw one another. Harold, Chief Tolta, could I ask you to help me find something in my office? At your office? I don't mind, but is it important? It isn't substantial enough to prove anything in and of itself, but we may be able to use it as a final nail in the coffin once you've pinned Minith down. You really got something like that up your sleeve? Possibly, but we may not make it in time, so please don't wait for us. You ought to get to Armorica Village as quickly as you can. If Minith is the criminal we think he is, then this plan could very well be in its final stages as we speak. I'm confident, however, that the evidence you have on hand will be enough for you to solve the case. Best of luck. Okay, So they're gonna try and figure something out. And then we just go to the village and expose him for the villain that he is. We sure Minith isn't a pseudonym for the guy in the Erebonian case? The Erebonian case.
あ、乗りますか？どこに行きま
I'm
すか？
trying to remember.
お安いご用です。
I mean, I don't think
Hi.
so.
到着しました。
What Erebonian case? Oh. There they are. Damn it, did they already close the deal? Hi there. The one Grimwood mentioned. I'm pretty sure the cop was. I mean, maybe. It could be. It could have been, yeah, I don't know. I guess we wouldn't know for certain. It is the same MO after all, but that doesn't say much. Because it is a pretty classic fraud thing to do. U6 again. The special support section. Derek, Minix? Minith? We have a few things we'd like to ask. What kind of agreements were you hoping to conduct today? Meddling in my affairs on my father's behalf again, are you? Please, Derek, there's no harm in answering their questions. After all, our plan has already been set in motion. What do you mean by that? Right before you all arrived, Derek and I finished signing the requisite paperwork. In doing so, we have arranged to expand the operations of the Lotus Field lent to me by the villagers. The Quincy Company will then take over the management of the fields. Lent to me, he said. But he owns them, right? He got the deeds. That's not lent. So has he been lying to Derek about that? Probably. The Quincy Company will then take over the management of the fields. What? You signed away the rights to almost all of the village's agriculture. Is this really what you want, Derek? What are you guys talking about? Nothing is changing. I'm only transferring management of the fields to him. Yes, of course. It's quite simple, really. Derek doesn't fucking know. He's a dumbass. He's like, oh, he only gets the management. Dude, he has the deeds to the fields. With my company harvesting the honey, we'll be able to streamline production of the candy. A temporary transfer of the land's rights to my company isn't necessary. Temporary transfer of the rights. Right. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Unless that was actually stipulated in the contract, but I doubt that the temporary thing was actually in it. And especially considering he didn't use company funds to buy it. You know. Also, hi Darius. I hope you're doing well. What a crafty bastard. His scheme has reached its final phase, which means... Nathan Derek, I'll be delivering this contract to our main office. We'll be in touch come tomorrow. Look forward to good news. Sounds great, I'll be waiting. Lloyd, we can't let him get away. Before you go, Minith, we have a few more questions. Oh? What might they be? For starters, are you aware of the allegations leveled against you? The primary of which, of course, is suspicion of fraud. What? That's absurd. How dare you insult Minith like that? Oh no, Derek, please calm yourself. Minith? The special support section, was it? What could possibly make you suspect me of being a common criminal? Surely you have some manner of proof of your claim. That we do. Intriguing. Why don't you tell me all about it then? But first, let me remind you that I am an Imperial citizen. If it turns out that your allegations are indeed entirely baseless, I will do what I must to right that indignity, police officers though you may be. That's fine with us. Don't worry, Ely, let me handle this. Based on our investigation, there's no doubt in my mind that Minus is guilty. I'm going to expose him as the fraud he is and show Derek the truth. Oh, very glib. If that's how you want to play this, then go right ahead. I'll answer anything you like. First question. About your actions in Crossbell. There's a contradiction between what you've said and what you've done. Could you please recount your actions for me? A contradiction? Since arriving in Crossbell, I have been cooperating with Derek to advance our plans. That plan will result in the formation of the Armorican Honey Company, a subsidiary of the Quincy Company. It will specialize in producing candy made from Armorica's high-quality honey. Combined with my company's acumen, it is a surefire success. The venture has already been approved by the city and is just about prepared to launch. What is so contradictory about that? Well, everything. This plan is more like a charade from where I'm standing. Our investigation has uncovered a key discrepancy in what you just said. You see, Minus. Is confectionery acumen? The plan is underway. The potential profit. Wait, what? I don't like this phrasing on these ones. I mean, the profitability. The plan is in the way. I mean, all of them, kind of. All of the above. But the main contradiction. I mean, I would say the confectionery acumen, right? Because, I mean, God, I'm thinking. Because he says it's already underway and stuff like that. But according to the brochure, the executives have to taste it first before they can, like, start anything, right? So that's kind of where my head is at. I'm going to say this. This plan is your brainchild, but in reality you don't know a single thing about making candy, do you? That's an interesting angle. Do you have any proof of that claim? Need to think about this more carefully. We noticed an inconsistency when we investigated the IBC, that's right. This plan of yours hasn't made any progress at all, has it? Yeah, I got that wrong, I think. It's kind of like everything crosses my mind, right? And all of what he said has an inconsistency. That's why I'm like, well, all of those. He doesn't know the first thing about making candy. The plan has gone nowhere. There's no chance of profits, basically, except for him. But the only one we actually have proof on is the plan thing, I guess, yeah. Yeah, the options were pretty vague. I might restart because this doesn't... Because if the Quincy Company truly did intend to go through with the plan in Crossbell, it would need a loan from the IBC to fund the construction and development of the subsidiary. Of course, I registered the company with the city and opened a corporate account, but that's as far as it went, The account for the Armorican Honey Company contained no more than the minimum balance required to open it. While we weren't told the exact amount, I would speculate it's only in the tens of thousands of Mira. Just how were you planning to build a factory and run a business with so little starting capital? You looked into my IBC account. This can't be true, can it, Minus? Please don't misunderstand, Derek. I never said there were any credence to their claims. I'm merely commenting on the audacity it takes to do something so invasive. Forget that. Explain why there's hardly any Mira in that account. Being an executive of the company, I must be especially judicious when moving money around. As such, I can't take out a loan on behalf of the Quincy Company. Of course, I will be securing one from the IBC once I've received permission from the main office. Okay, so he claims to be an executive. Don't count us out yet. I can tell Minus is getting frustrated. Okay. That was far from our only point of contention. Don't let them rattle you, Derek. This will be a good opportunity for me to clear your mind of any and all doubt. I'd like to ask about you, Minus. You say you're an executive of the Quincy company, but is that really true? Wait, what are you implying? Are you trying to say Minus isn't associated with the Quincy company at all? That's what our evidence points to. Goodness me, I didn't expect you to say something so outlandish. How about I show you my business card and company ID? Or employee ID. Those articles could easily be forged. True. Regardless, we have evidence that would supersede either of those. And we found it in the Quincy Company informational brochure. An informational brochure? Oh yeah, the one in Mademoiselle's room. We recorded the main points in a detective notebook. The brochure comes directly from the Quincy Company's main office, so there's no doubt as to its authenticity. What's more, there's a clear discrepancy between its contents and what you told us yesterday. Business card is actually a post-it note in crayon. That would be amazing. What I told you? That's right. Something you mentioned made it clear to us that you aren't the executive you claim to be. He doesn't like sweets, right? That's what he said. I think. Or was it the creation of the subsidiary? Oh god, now I'm... now I'm unsure, but it was a passing comment, he said, so I don't think it's the subsidiary thing. I think it's literally just the dislike of sweets. Allow me to quote a statement you made yesterday. Despite working for the company, I've never been one for sweets. Do you deny this fact? Lloyd, how is it exactly is that relevant? That's right, I don't care for sweets. What of it? Are you trying to say that someone who dislikes sweets couldn't possibly work for a confectionery company? A confectionery company in general may be, but not this one in particular. What are you on about? Who do you work for? The confectionery police department? This is what was written in the brochure. Prototypes are personally sampled by our executives who, after many meetings, decide whether a product is worthy to go to the market. Isn't that curious? What is that? Wait. It doesn't make sense that somebody like Minith, who dislikes sweets, would be hired by a company like Quincy, not with a tradition like that. Wouldn't you agree? That's... No, I mean, I never said I hated sweets. That's not going to work on us. You admitted to not liking them in this very conversation. How stupid do you think we are? So that raises a question. Why would you lie about being an executive of the Quincy company? It's simple. You intended to gain Derek's trust before ripping him off. This is the only deduction I can make based on that evidence. As for the confectioner seeking to make use of America's honey, the Quincy company was merely a name with weight to it. One that Minith threw around as a show of credibility. Minith, what is the meaning of this? Derek, you're just... How is he still... I mean, I get that he's now trying to get it, but seriously, when the police comes up and is like multiple times telling you this guy is not trustworthy, now comes in with an investigation is like, this is why he's not trustworthy, and he's still kind of on the fence about it. Like, dude, come on. He can't believe his husbando betrayed him, I know. He's so dense. You tricked me? Derek, don't allow yourself to be deceived by these scoundrels. Yeah, don't allow yourself to be deceived by the police. Mm-hmm. Think about it for a second. Let's say for argument's sake that I did come to Armorica Village for the purpose of founding a fraudulent honey company. If that being the case, I had an ulterior motive in deceiving my very good new friend Derek. God, if someone, right, is trying to like calm down the situation and being like, oh yeah, I would never deceive my very good new friend Derek, right? If you add that many words, I know you're fucking lying. Like, you're just laying it on thick because you want you want him to be like, oh yes, I am the very good new friend, right? You're just adding extra words to it to make the other person be like, feel complimented in some way, which will make them less likely to be defensive. It's standard psychology. To be fair, the CPD probably doesn't exactly have a shining reputation. Well, no, the CPD itself doesn't. But Derek should know that the Triple S is kind of trustworthy. But then again, he also was like, you're hired by my dad, and my dad sucks. So I do get it. You would never trick your best buddy and smartest, coolest person ever? Well, thank you, Darius. I'm glad to hear you say that. Then what was it? Why would I go to such ridiculous length? If you have no proof to back your claims, then you have no right to call me a fraud. You should arrest yourselves for slander. You do bear the burden of proof. As far as the motive goes, I think I have a pretty good idea. What? Are you sure, Lloyd? I barely even started untangling everything that's going on here. I've got this. The person who pointed us in the right direction today also went to retrieve the final piece of evidence. The last piece of the puzzle that'll oust Minute once and for all. Seizing land rights. Your true objective here is obtaining the land rights to Armorica village itself. What? A trader we know named Harold Hayworth gave us some information about you. Immediately after arriving in Crossbell, you, Minute, started looking into land prices throughout the state. If you were employed by the Quincy Company in search of new business ventures, this would make no sense. So why do it? I can only think of one possibility. Seizing land was your aim from the very start. It was? Of all the outrageous schemes, there's more to it. Armorica Village is surrounded by scenic beauty, making it a high-value location. Suppose the deeds were Suppose the deeds were sold to a third party as prime real estate for a villa resort. How much mirror do you think they would go for? Land like this? I would estimate somewhere in the tens of millions. That said, I don't think the villagers would ever agree to such an arrangement. Exactly. That's what made this whole fraudulent ruse, painstaking as it was, a necessity. If we assume that your motive was to obtain the land itself, your actions become that much clearer. First, you obtain the rights to the Lotus Fields, the farmland, and the village's private property. Then, under the pretext of returning to your company's main office, you vanish from Crossbell entirely. Finally, you sell the deeds on the black market and pocket the hefty sum of mirror they're worth. That, Minute, has been your plan the entire time. Minute? I can't believe what I'm hearing. Lloyd. Is that... I don't think I'm gonna reload. I was gonna reload after I messed up the first question, but that 1 point extra is... I don't care too much about it. It's only one extra point. I don't want to have to go through the dialogue again, even though I can skip through most of it. Thank goodness, it looks like we made it on time. Father? Hey, Mr. Hayworth. Aren't you from Mr. Grimwood's office? I'm his assistant, Pete. He would have come himself, but he had to go back to drafting the Constitution. Did you come with evidence? That we did. Ian said this would prove to be useful insurance. You're going to want to take a look at this. A photograph. It was of a man who looked like a merchant with the same face as Minus. So it was the same guy. It is the same guy. That's why the MO is so similar. The man in his pictures. Why? Why do you have this? A reporter Mr. Grimwood knew in the Empire gave this to him a long time ago. However, the name on this photo isn't Minith, it's Rittner. He is the guy. Yeah. Rittner? I feel like we heard that name recently. Noel, you remember he can't be that bad. Mr. Grimwood told us this exactly, like, I don't know, an hour ago, maybe, at best, in game time. Guy did a crime and let himself be photographed. Sloppy. True. It's the name of the man who stole that Erebonian baron's land. The one Mr. Grimwood told us about. Oh yeah, that dude. That's right. I asked Ian about it again. He said there's no mistaking it. Well, this is a plot twist I wasn't expecting. Why don't you do Minith the honors? Tell him the only thing this photo could mean. With pleasure. The reason the man before us Minith and the man in the photo Rittner look identical is... they're twins! No, they're the same person. Minith and Rittner are one and the same. And it's because they're the same person that their MOs are such a close match. Mr. Grimwood came to the same conclusion. This man must have been swindling down to an exact orbal science. You're a crook, Minith. As such, you'll be charged with attempted fraud. This is, of course, on top of the fraud you previously committed in Erebonia. I can only guess how many skeletons we'll find in your closet when we get done with you. I would very much like to hear all the details in the department's interrogation room. Damn you. I am a professional. My work must be flawless. You meddlesome brats. Minith? Derek? Are you still... I mean, he's probably flabbergasted at this point, but... Come on, Derek. I hope you learned something from this. He can be charged in Crossbow for a crime committed in Erebonia. I don't think exactly that, but he can probably be like charged in Crossbell and then sent over to Erebonia to be charged there too. You know? Because they do have relations with them. So he can like get a double sentence. Or maybe they can ask Erebonia like, hey, can we charge this guy for an additional crime? Don't get too full of yourselves just yet. You may have won this time, but I won't be apprehended so easily. What? Come, my lovely beasts. What? What the heck? How many are in there? It's like a clown car. What the heck? I feel like in the time that happened, we could have at least, you know, grabbed him or something. How do you get those? Also, good question. I mean, he is probably rich. With all the fraud. They appear to be well trained. These cougars don't freaking tell me. No. Derek, you've told her it's too dangerous. Do you have any idea what you're doing? I know precisely what I'm doing, hence why I'm doing it. And don't think for even a second about trying to fight me. That is unless you don't value the lives of Derek and the villagers. Step aside if you would. Fare thee well. Or we shall never meet again. Okay. What? Okay. We just let him go because he threatened everyone? I mean, I guess so. I feel like we could have done something, you know? Instead of just standing there. Like, we have 6 people. There were sure a bunch of those, but we could probably... We could probably have held them. Murked them. But yeah, it was a bit of a risk. I don't know. If you fought, some would go for the village. Well, yes. But, I don't know. He still has some of the deeds now, right? You confident they can each go 1v1 against those things? Not exactly. But I was more thinking, shoot the guy in the head. Just fight the beasts together. Try to keep them in check. But, you know, you can't just do that. I know. Would have deserved it, though. Alright, we can't just let him escape. After him. Yeah, exactly. At least run after him. Get in the car and car chase. Come on. The car is right there. Get in there. No. You managed to get away. What do you mean? Just get in the car. Just chase after him. You have a car. Why do... Seriously, guys? I've never been so frustrated. I can't believe a spineless coward like him gave us the slip. Why did you not chase? I don't... Okay. The conversation about defeat is more important, apparently, yeah. They just were like, well, he has a car. What are we gonna do? Luke said car of our own. Yeah, I guess he escaped. Whoops. Okay. That is a little bit annoying. Thank you all. I can't thank you all enough for what you've done today. It's no exaggeration to say that you saved the village from the clutches of that con man. Still got away in the end. But now the department knows to keep a lookout for him. It should only be a matter of time before he's caught. Derek, I made a grave mistake, and I put everyone through so much just so they could fix it. I let that man rope me into his schemes and it nearly cost us all our livelihoods. But yes, you were dumb. Don't be so hard on yourself. No. No, Noel. Don't talk him down. He was dumb. Okay? You can't just be like, oh, don't be so hard on yourself. No, he was absolutely dumb. Like, just tell him, yes, you were. But, you know, you can work to make things better, right? Never do that shit again. But yes, do be hard on yourself because you were dumb. I don't think Quincy company policy is common knowledge. Well, no. But it was way too good to be true, right? If a random guy shows up, tells you, oh, I'm part of the Quincy company and I think this is a great investment, blah blah blah, and then I want to have ownership of all the lands temporarily. I mean, You have to be a little bit dumb to believe that. It doesn't even have to do with the company policy necessarily. It's just the way this guy handled stuff. Especially, so it would have been okay if after things got suspicious and his father got suspicious, had conversations about it, Hayworth got involved, had conversations about it, right? We got involved, had conversations about it. If after all that, he would have said like, oh shit, you're right, I should probably think about this more, that would be okay. But no, he was absolutely dumb. Like, if people start asking you questions and you're like, no, he's definitely trustworthy, without a doubt, then you're being dumb. Like, especially when it comes to business deals like that, don't just trust people on their word. That is very simple. Just don't immediately trust people. I was so desperate to fix and reform Armorica that I ignored my father and almost drove it into the ground instead. Yeah, exactly. He was just too focused on his own ideals without realizing that what he was doing was incredibly dumb. I'm just gonna keep saying that he's dumb, because, you know. There's no friendship in business, exactly. I have no right to become the next village chief. That's where you're wrong, exactly, because... I mean, it's okay. You're learning. People make mistakes. I've been so stuck in the old ways that I never tried to hear your proposals for what they were. I've known the village will go under if you maintain our current course, and yet I've done nothing. It's my inaction that drove you to do this. Thus I must bear a large share of the responsibility for letting it happen. That's very admirable. Thanks to this crisis, I finally realized where I went wrong. The welfare of this village cannot hinge entirely on the ideology of a single stubborn old man. Instead, Derek, I would ask that you provide me your input as well. We will each contribute our ideas and discuss them with the villagers. Okay, so at least there's some good that comes out of this. I'm going to dedicate myself to the betterment of the village. Nice. Makes almost losing your whole village to some crook worth it, wouldn't you say? Put a sock in it, Wazzy. Learn how to read a room. Really sorry about him. I swear we've tried everything. We owe you all an enormous debt, so allow me to express my thanks once more. I also owe my gratitude to Mr. Grimwood. It's a shame he couldn't be here. I'll pass on your thanks. I'll let him know what happened. Even if I only played a minor role, I'm glad I could be of assistance. I look forward to our continued partnership, Chief Tolta. If you could, keep a lookout for Minith, just in case he returns. And of course, you can always contact the Triple S if you ever need our assistance. Hopefully it'll never be for anything related to this ordeal again. Well, I hope so too. God. I still can't believe we just let him get away. Like, after all of that, there was no, like, nice conclusion to that. We just let him go. Let's go exterminate some monster. No other way. I don't know where the monster would be. Is it this way? Doesn't look like it. Soon he'll be in another place with another name. Probably. Because while we're keeping a lookout on for him, like if he manages to get out of Crossbell, that's GG's. He's just gone.
そこで蹴りをつけるそこごめんなさい先に行くわね
And then he shows up and ends all the game, and Reen Cold still has to chase him away to Rue.
ほらほら邪魔すんじゃね
I mean, his name is not Reen Cold Steel, but
これもみんなの勝利ですね
close enough. Green Schwarzer. Wait, I don't see. Is this open? No. This is never open. Mhm. Wait, where is the monster? Am I blind? West Crossbow Highway. What? Did I miss it? I just think it's funny to call him Reen Cold Steel. That's fair.
よし上げていこうぜ
It is a fun name.
行きます私の番ね
行くぜはっはあ100年早いっつうの
Hmm. Where is the monster? They normally show on the map.
みんなよし先に進もう
Oh wait, maybe it's because I don't have the monster thing on. Right, never mind. It's here. I found it.
強そうねみんな
I
気を
think
つけて了解です
either Wuzzy or one of them has it, but they're in support, so it doesn't count. Okay, that's Burning Heart.
任せてくれ
Raging Spin.
さてと
Then just go straight there.
私の番です
Zomber. No, actually summon Zite.
死ねちょっと来て
Come on, don't go.
俺の番だな
Don't go. This is blind. Probably not. Nope. Oh god, not Earthshaker. Oh no. Oh
ダ
god.
メです
行くぜ
Oh god. Oh, we pressed the wrong one. That's okay. Gives me more time to press the right one.
今ね
God, Earthshakers. Especially that many times in a row. Bit of a problem.
負けられない目が光りすぎ
Okay, back to life.
ありがとう
Earthshaker. Grrr. Cool. Delayed them. Heal yourself.
エニグマ駆動や
よし 行くぞ。
Oh shit, I don't have the... I was hoping for the AoE. I really need to switch that, I think. Shit. That might be a problem. I love how Zyd is just voiced by some guy, of course. that is the best. I think I at least want to kill one of them. Kill this one. I'm just gonna keep spamming Earthshaker. But it's Earthshaker is such a... What the heck? Okay, sure. Sure, dudes. Ridiculous move, honestly. Yeah, then you use Pollen. Pollen is fine. Pollen does nothing. And then Earthshaker is like, oh, let's destroy them. The difference in those two options is so insane. Let's just cure your blindness. Sparkdyne. Yeah, I'm going to do this, I think. And then... You just... hit there. And then we do this. The Death Scorpion. Right there. Critical Death Scorpion incoming. Got him, Randy. Okay. At least half of their health. Okay, this is fine. Ailey, come in here. Heal. That's fine. And we get you to protect. I don't think the critical actually does anything, does it? Oh, they didn't even do it. Okay, that's good. Going hard into Raging Spin. Doesn't mean anything. Oh god. Another one, Randy. Imagine critical Earthshaker. Yeah. God, they have so many turns. Because they lower your speed with the freaking Earthshaker. Okay, one down. Can you just not... I don't know, man. I die to the fire, Earthshaker. What am I supposed to do, man? That's so stupid. Okay, what about... White Bell initially doesn't really do a whole lot. I mean, Star Blast 2 can work here. Just to get initial damage in. But the main thing I want to do is just increase our speed. He's gonna go like after everything else. That's not good enough. Just run in there and just whack one of them. Ow.
私の番です
Energy circle.
リカバーモード起動これでありがとう
Okay. More Earthshakers. Okay. This is fine. Critical Death Scorpion.
戦場をかけつわものどもを貫け
Okay. Come on. Don't die. Oh, T is gonna die. Damn it.
ダメダメです負けられない生の女神の奇跡よ光となりて天より来たるありがとうございまし
I mean, I had to do that, but that's okay. It's not good enough. Tio, can you please kill something? I think you can. Joey, thank you for the raid. I hope you're well. Okay, they didn't do anything. Cool. Earthshaker. I'm dealing with a bit of a problem right now. These plants are very rude. Fallen, that's perfectly fine. Okay. Okay, they're letting me win. Kind of. Kind of. Not really. Not really. Twitchy, hello. Hope you're doing well. How was your stream, Joey? Okay, I can at least get rid of all three of these. Death Scorpion. Did you have a nice chill time on this Sunday? We're killing some weeds.
なんとかしないとドライブ開始
Did some flight sim and crashed a lot of helicopters. I don't think you're supposed to crash the helicopters.
なんとかしないと
世話が焼けるな。
行くぞ。
行きます
Helicopters crash themselves. You don't need to try. They just do that sometimes. Yeah, I guess they might do. Still don't think that's intentional though. Doesn't sound very intentional.
ドライブ開始
行くぜ
私の番です
God, even just this one by themselves, still hurting.
ドライブ開始えやや
Can you stop spamming Earthshaker, please?
行くぜ
Oh my god.
100年早いっつうの
Randy and Wazzy together? Ooh. Last Rebellion. Sounds cool. I've forgotten how to land them from last time, it turns out. Oh no.
さてとやっはいえい
俺の番だ任せろ
We were dealing with a fraudster
100年
earlier.
早いっつうの
That was a fun time as well. He got away too. Wasn't ideal.
よし行くか。どこに行こうかな。さあ行くぞ。到着だ。
She cracked it again by the end, kind of. Kind of is good enough, right? Close enough. Let me actually give Joey a shout out because I haven't done that yet. And there we go. What next? So we did the monster. Oh right, the theme park. I guess we're going to a theme park. Oh yeah. To Michelin Wonderland. Or whatever it's called. Michi Wonderland. Calling all passengers to Michelin. Aboard at your earliest convenience. I wonder what they needs to do. Does it truly matter? Michi needs our assistance. We have no time to lose. Exactly. I think we all know Teotot's stance on this. Something tells me this is going to be one to remember. No time like the present. Let's go. Lord and the others boarded the cruise ship bound for Michelin. After arriving, they made their way to the front gates of the theme park where their client was waiting. What a pickle. This is liable to throw off the entire morning schedule. Excuse us, we're the CPD Special Support Section. Would you happen to be Hanks? We're here for the request you submitted. That's right, so you're the Triple S? Let's see, As I think you'll be a perfect fit. No sizing adjustments necessary. Wait, sizing adjustments? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Would you mind explaining your request? Oh no. How careless of me. My apologies. I'm sure you're all familiar with our park's mascot, Michi, yes? No breathing soul could know more. You don't have to out yourself like that, Theo. As like a super fan, you know? Teotot here has a bit of an obsession. But yeah, we know him. Hard to live in Crossbell too long without seeing the fluff ball around. Does Michi have something to do with your request? It just so happens he does. The thing is, we received some bad news this morning. The actor who's portrayed Missy since the park opened, well, he told us he wasn't going to make it. Make it? Wait, you don't mean... Oh goodness, no, nothing that dire. Just a sudden case of upset stomach. The plan is for him... She takes pride in it. Oh, I know. She doesn't see it as outing herself, but I do. The plan is for him to get some medicine at St. Ursula's and return to work as soon as he's able. If all goes well, he'll be back in action as early as this afternoon. Still, that leaves the problem of the morning performance. That's where you come in. I need someone to don the fur and be Michi's stand-in for a few hours. Michi's stand-in? Hey, that sounds pretty fun. Alright, where do I get Yeah, I don't think so. You're far too tall to fit into the costume. On the other hand, I think your pal here with the overly serious expression would be perfect. Me? Oh, come on. I was gonna use that kitty suit as a free pass to pick up chicks. Yeah, maybe it's a good thing, Randy, that you're not the one wearing the suit. Because that would be fucking weird. Maybe don't do that. You're supposed to be a professional. Yeah, it's probably for the best, exactly. So back to the matter at hand, do you think you can do it? Let's not get banned from Michiland, exactly. We didn't come all this way for nothing, we'll take the job. I owe you one. If there's nothing more to cover, let's... Tio? Something wrong? Costume, actor, obsessed stomach... Oh no! Oh no! Tio thinks he's real! No! Oh no! We can't break her heart. Costume, actor, upset stomach, medicine? Oh, what's gone into her? Pulling back the curtain might have been more than she could handle. I'd be very careful with the next word you say. I'll do what I can. Hey, Tio. No need to mind me. Mishi needs us. I'll make sure to contribute as actively as I can. That's the spirit. I don't know if I like the way she phrased that. Is she really okay? Everything settled? Good. Now if you'll just follow me to the locker room. Sure, lead the way. There we go. How do I look? Adorable, actually. It really screams you. In what way? It's a full body suit, Noel. Comfortable in there? Looks like it could get pretty toasty. I'm sure it will. It's not the most breathable outfit I've worn. Luckily the height is right. Feels a bit loose though, so it's a little weird to move in. Don't sweat the small stuff. You're gonna be doing okay enough sweating in the costume as is. It's gonna be worth it. Mishy fangirls? No, whatever. Randy, he doesn't care about that. Speaking of fangirls, where did Tia run off to? How did you mention it? I saw her catching the staff member's attention before walking away with him. Ta-da! Oh my god, she's gonna be... She's Michette. Is that you, Tio? Oh my god, she's getting completely in the role. Don't tell me my own older brother's forgotten my face. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness, you look so cute, Tio. Don't think I've ever seen a pink version of Mishi though. Who's the character? I'm Mishi's little sister, Michette. She's a selfless girl who's always looking out for a clumsy oaf of an older brother with judgmental eyes. Judgmental? That's right, I remember you mentioning that Mishi had a little sister. She came up to me asking if she could help by playing the part of Michette. Technically, the regular Michette's shift doesn't start until later, so I thought, what the heck? So that's where she went. Wait, by help out, do you mean... My intention is to supervise Lloyd's Mishi routine. Oh my god. Tio's like, yeah, you better be the best Mishi you can, otherwise. Oh god. Rest assured, his shins will rue every blunder he makes. Ah, the brutal barbs of tough love. What an adoring little sister you have, Mishi. I just wish my shins got a say in it. Shouldn't you be the one giving me acting directions? Sorry, but we won't have a chance. It's almost time for Mishi to start touring his way around the park. Just ask yourself, what would Mishi do, and go from there. I'm sure it'll work out. At the end of the morning tour, you're scheduled to do the Mishi dance in the main plaza. That one I did prepare a manual for. Skim it and remember what you can. Oh god. Okay. Dance with passion and pizzazz. Don't forget to close the show on Mishi's signature catchphrase, let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. Okay? We have to remember that. Well, that's helpful. Catchphrase I get, but this passion and pizzazz part is a little vague. To tell you the truth, we generally leave Mishi's characterization with the patrons up to the actor. For the entire history of the park, we've never even needed a written manual until today, that is. If you make a mistake, you make a mistake, don't let it get you down too much. On the contrary, as the one supervising, I will not tolerate even a single error. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Tia will just kick our shins all the time. I don't know how I'm going to pull this one off. I guess I'll just have to channel my inner Mishi. There's also the catchphrase. Let's dance and make a wishy with Mishi. I better not forget it. Yeah, let's do this. We've got it. Here goes nothing. Just hope this all works out. Look sharp. Here comes our first patron. Oh, she's gonna hide. Wow, it's Mishi! Oh, Dad, look, he's already here. So he is, how about that? Settle down, sweetie. You wouldn't want to tire yourself out before we get to the attractions. Hey, Mishi, Mishi, Mishi! Let me think, how would Mishi normally respond in a situation like this? Don't forget to buy a ticket. Have a me magical time. Well, thanks, Mishi. Come on, Mom. Come on, Dad. Let's hurry up and go in. No need to rush. The other, the other option is just Corpa Mishi. You know, corporate. Just buy tickets. Give me money. Did I do okay? Very much so, Lloyd. Your mihihi was particularly inspired. Thanks, though. I can't say it's easy to say without getting embarrassed. Mihihi. You get used to it. Oh, Tio, you're a pro already. Feels surprisingly cute coming from her. It's Mishi, not Mickey. Ooh, true. Keep up the good work. I know, Wazi. If it isn't the special support section's dynamic sibling duo. Thank goodness you're here, Lloyd. I have an urgent progress report to make. Every time I take my eyes off Wazi, he runs off to get on the rides. Don't be such a cop. It's not like I'm going to burn the park down. We're still making our rounds, aren't we? What's the harm in having a little fun along the way? Wazi, we are the cops, not to mention on duty. Speaking of duty, you have a pair of children approaching when you're 9. It's Mishi! Oh look, Michette's here too! My hide-and-seek skills need refining. I mean, you were just walking down the street. Super kick! Ow. Wait, no. Hold on a sec, you can't just assault Mishi. Why would you even do that? What, did nobody ever tell you? Kicking Mishi brings you good luck. Everyone knows it's stored in his butt. That's why you gotta boot it all out. Then why are you kicking the front, my dude? What genius thought this up anyway? And do you think it works the same with Michette too? I need to do something. How would Mishi deal with this? Ooh. I'm gonna tickle them. Mishi has a way of defending himself from kicks. It's this. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Okay. Wow, it's Mishi's famous Mishi Gitchy Goo attack. Run away. That'll show him. Didn't realize playing Kick the Mascot was going to be part of this job too. You should have. It's been one of the park's recent fads. I feel like that shouldn't be a fad though. Like kicking a mascot just as like a thing you do is not good. Them's the breaks. For the record, I did try to help. Did I handle that okay? It was fine. What you did was more preferable than losing your temper with them. Mishi is kind and gentle. Driving children away by force would have been unacceptable. Your judgment served you well, Lloyd. Nice. I'm doing it. I'm channeling my inner Mishi, you know? I'm just glad they didn't end up kicking Tio too. Thanks to Lloyd's dashing rescue, of course. Perhaps we should add Sister Complex to his rapidly expanding list of proclivities. Mishi and Bichette are the siblings here, not us. Incidentally, my research indicates that Mishi's posterior is resistant to strikes and impacts. It hurts less than you expected, no? Hurt less. Yeah, you're right. They must have put extra padding in the costume. No wonder it's so much thicker down there. I mean, I guess if you're going to spread the thing of like, kicking him is good, then yeah, you do need to put some protection in there. Look at the time, we should make our way to the next area. Off they go. Mishi can tickle with his mind, yes. He has mind powers. Hey guys. Nice hustle out there, superstar. You two look like you've had a hard day of work. How would you say it's been going so far? It's a little harder than I imagined. This costume gets toasty like you wouldn't believe. Need to remind you, Lloyd, this is not a pleasant stroll we're taking around the park right now. You have to act as friendly as possible while simultaneously making the park guests feel lucky to just have seen you. Right, I'll try my best. There's no room for error with Tio once Mishi comes into the picture, is there? To be fair, these are Zemurians. They somehow had societies consisting of more than one town in the era before Orwell lamps. These motherfuckers regularly go down rhino-cider-infested highways and stuff. I mean, most of them don't, but yeah, that's true. A lot of them do. Do what you can to keep up, Lloyd, or else Teotod's gonna have you strung up in the to dry in front of the horror coaster. Oh look, it's Mishi. Oh, Tio's run away. Hey, you're right, lucky us, running into him 2 steps off the Ferris wheel. Oh, he's so cute. We just have to get a photo with him. Sure thing, let's do it. Excuse me, do you think you could take a picture for us? I'd love to. A picture? Okay, stay calm. What would Mishi do? I mean, probably between them, right? I don't see how standing near each of them is going to... Because they want... I imagine they wanted the picture together. So in between sounds good. This is gonna go down as the day we finally met Mishi. Smile for the camera. Thanks for all the help, what she said. Did I do okay? That was perfect, Lloyd. As the living symbol of the theme park, Mishi is in and of himself a walking attraction, knowing that the impartial course of action in cases like this is to stand directly between the guests. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, why would I stand next to one of them? Like, that's kind of weird, considering they're wanting to take the picture of you. I'm honored, I think. As long as you have Tio with you, I think you'll be fine. Good luck, you two. We'll be keeping an eye out. Have fun on your date, and we'll have fun on ours. No, we will not. At least let me buy you a Bell Cola before you shut me down. Okay then, let's try not to let them or anyone else down. Off to the next location. Oh, is this the Mishi dance? Oh my god. Actually, Mishi lore is that he is violently misogynistic and Michette kicks his ass regularly because of it. I feel like that's not true. You know, I have a feeling that that's not true. Sorry for the delay, everyone. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. Mishi and Michette are going to do the Mishi dance. Yay, Mishi! Dance routine. Alright, I'm starting to tense up. Should be fine, the Mishi dance is usually improvised anyway. There are some guidelines, but I'm sure you will manage if you use common sense. That's right, they gave us a manual about that. If I recall what it said. I mean, I know what it said. Remember, dance with passion and pizzazz, exactly. Nice synchronization, honestly, considering it's improvised. Now for Mishy's catchphrase. I mean, I could get it wrong on purpose, but let's dance and make a wishy with Mishy. Yay! I knew you could do it, Lloyd. You've attained total Mishlightenment. What a word. They probably should be pretty coordinated since combo crafts are a thing. Well, yes, but combo crafts are still practiced. This is like a synchronized, improvised dance. It's kind of different. But they would have at least some coordination, yeah. Lloyd's and Tio's passionate dance brought the show to a successful close. Having fulfilled his role to perfection, Lloyd held his head high, knowing he was able to make the park visitors' wishes come true. Once things finished winding down, the two substitute mascots made their way to the rest area. I think we managed to pull that one off. Well done. Dancing in a mascot costume was more daunting than I had realized. You can say that again. I'm burning up in here. How does the usual guy do this every day? He must be made of some real stern stuff. I would imagine so. Hey, Mishy, Michette. It's you, Mr. Hanks. Good stuff good job out there, kids. You did great. Michette's been all anybody's been talking about today. The park guests couldn't get enough of her. Of me? Really? Yep, they said the whole cool and aloof snake Michette would lapse into around Mishy drove them wild. Maybe this is a sign that we should sit down and rethink Michette's entire character. Fancy that. I'm happy to be of service. Instantly, have you heard back from the usual actor? Almost forgot, he just came in a little while ago. He said that he wanted to meet you. You should find him waiting in the locker room when you get back. Thanks again for all your help. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept this. Honestly, I would love it if we go into the locker room and it's actually just Mishy and it's no costume. And the only reason we have to wear a costume is because we're not Mishy. I get a Mishat Plus plush. Mishy is just real and ish, you're pretty sure? Interesting. Mishat mode, disengage. I'm drenched in sweat. I think that was the most effort you've ever given on a support request. You did good out there, Tio. Perhaps, but your Mihi mimicry was exceptionally superb, Lloyd. It was an honor and a privilege to share the Mishy dance with you. Come on, you're going to make me blush. Anyway, I think it's about time we rejoined the others. Is the usual Mishy actor still not here yet? Not that I've seen, he appears to be running late. Haha, sorry to keep you kids waiting. Oh, there he is. Burp. Excuse me for that. Better out than in, though, eh? Turns out the pills I've been taking don't work unless I have them after a meal. Skipped breakfast too, so I wound up wolfing down a lunch like you wouldn't believe. Anyhow, is my costume in the locker? Oh my god, he's completely different from Mishy. What's with the looks? You ain't ever seen a professional mascot before? Come to think of it, I feel like I recognize your faces from somewhere or another. Whatever. Why you kids big time? Can't have Michelin Wonderland with no Mishy after all. Nice work filling in for me, boyo. Oops, would you look at the time? Gotta get changed and prep for the afternoon shift. They're like, who the fuck? Who's this guy? Why does he... Transformation complete. Thanks again, mister. You too, little missy. You really saved my fur. You can just leave the rest to me. See you later. Complete shift in personality as soon as he dons the costume. What a pro. His voice sounded like it shifted 3 whole octaves. The guy's the real Mishy, no doubt about it. But when out of costume? He's not even from the same universe. Well, that was something. I feel like we just uncovered one of Crossbell's dirtiest secrets. Let's go meet up with the others, shall we? Oh no, Tio. I don't know how Tio feels about that one. At least he has high spirits. Yeah, that's something. Mishy is a state of being. It definitely is. Well, quest complete. And what a quest it was. Tio's trading behind a little bit. Alright, something happened to Tio Tot. She's been like that ever since we got back on the cruise ship. You're right, it's like she's staring off into space, eyes empty. What are the big circles on the side of the ferry? They don't seem to be paddle wheels. I'm not sure. There might be covers for the paddle wheels. Otherwise, I have no clue either. I believe that's what we call the look of desolation. Let's just say she's been through a lot today. Tio, are you sick? Should we take you to see a doctor? No, I will survive. I was a bit bewildered, but I believe I managed to come to terms with it. This is merely a single rung on the ladder to adulthood. Aww. Aww. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what they are. Good morning, Joe. Tia would have liked to be kept in the dark about that. Let's do some fishing. Ooh, nice. Queen crab. Attack 3? Not bad. Not bad at all. I'll have to get that installed soon. Okay. Caught an eel. 100 time steppers as well? These fish are good. The crab just had a high grade quartz in it, huh? Yeah, apparently so. Crabs are valuable. Speaking of, what a snow crab. Okay, so let's go down here. Let me look at you. You have attack 1. That will be upgraded to an attack 3. Boom. And then who gets the attack 1? You have attack 2. You have attack 1. I don't know if anyone needs the attack 1, to be honest. They all kind of have it, except for Lloyd, who doesn't really use it. Like, these two use more arts. Lloyd doesn't really use it. Because I focused him on defenses. EP cut 2. Why do I have better versions of these and I never put them on? Don't know how that happened. That's fine though. Cost 1. Can I make a defense 2 at least? I can. That's fine. There we go. I'll also upgrade 1 slot for each person. So they at least can all have a higher grade quartz. But that's all of the extra quests. So then we have to go to the doll studio. But before we do, I will hand everything in. 4 points. Theme park trouble. We get 4 bonus DP. Nice. 3 bonus DP. I missed 1. Promotion. Medal of Luster. What is the Medal of Luster do? 15 speed. Ooh. Speed is pretty nice. I'll give this to you. Because you are pretty speed focused. Cool. Okay. No, actually the car.
よし、行くか。どこに行こうかな。さあ、行くぞ。よし、着いたぞ。
Okay. Let's save again. How long do I have left? I can still go for an hour. Nice.
よし、上げていこうぜ。任せろ。
行くぞ。
はい、これで一安心です。敵集団との戦闘を開始。私の番。
俺の番だっつってや。
行くぜ。俺ぜ。は、ちょろいぜ。
あれは
Hey, look.
運搬車。
A moving truck?
マイスター、本当に助かりました。
Thank you again, Meister. You've been a great
なん
help.
とか明後日の
With
公演に
these,
間
we'll
に
be
合
all
わせられ
set
そう
for
で
the
す。
debut of our new performance in a couple of days.
まったくお前たちの
Ideas
劇団
above,
と
your
きたら
troop is far too
毎
demanding
度
with its
毎度
requests,
要
each
求
and
が
every
高すぎる
one of them.
オートマタの調整
Tuning the
ならまだしも
automata would have been
新たな
work
舞台
enough,
装
but
置の
designing an
発注が
entirely new stage set on top of that.
わしとて
I'm
暇
a
では
busy
ない
man, you
のだ
know.
ぞ。
本当に申し訳ありません。
I really do apologize for that.
Ilya
Ilya and
and
the
the
troop
troop
leader
leader
can
can
have
have
some
some
pretty
pretty
lofty
lofty
standards sometimes.
つい
That extra mechanism you asked, or they asked you to install, was something they just couldn't live without. Doesn't matter now. I have no issue with lending my studio's expertise to service your plays. I'm sure the goddess would prefer to the alternative. Thank you? Come to think of it, Meister, we haven't received your response to our invitations yet. Arkansas would be honored to have you attend the show. It'd be our pleasure after the amazing set and automata you've provided for us. Your mirrors thanks enough. I appreciate the gesture, but as I said, I'm a busy man. Oh. I told them he wouldn't go for it. I'd love for him to see how his hard work is being used on stage at least once. Automata, though? In the Arkansas performance? Wait, aren't you the Triple S? We are. You're the stage technician from Arkansas, correct? Yep, the name's Heinz. I'm in charge of the props and equipment and such. What are you all doing here? Come to see the Meister? Something like that. We had a little matter we wanted to consult him about. Are you here to pick up a commission? Yeah, we had an order for an automaton tune-up and some new set pieces. It was kinda on short notice with the debut of the revival performance coming up, but he did us a real solid getting it done so quickly. Oh boy, to tell you the truth, everyone in the troupe owes the Meister a touring. You don't say. Speaking of which, isn't the revival performance only a couple of days away? That's right. Ilya and the others are kicking it into high gear right about now. Heck, I've been getting into it myself, what with all the changes being made. Have you now? Sounds like you're all primed to put on a real box office hit. That's the idea, but whoops, I'm a little behind schedule. Gotta get back in there and set it all up. See you guys later. Stop by and say hi to everyone when you get the chance. I'll be sure to. I do like that a lot of the cars have the little almost ears at the top, like a cat. A lot of them have that, and I like it. I mean, the only one out of the loop here, you're telling me that the old-timer's the one behind all the theater magic Arkansas's got going on? It appears that way. I could tell their wire flying technology was advanced, but I never came to the conclusion that it originated from here. At least we know the Meister is in right now. I'm not sure if he'll be willing to tell us anything about the society, but we'll never know if we don't ask. Maybe orbital stuff just works well with cat ear angles? Maybe. Or they just like it. Could be a design choice, right? Nothing ventures, nothing gained. Once you enter the doll studio, you'll be unable to visit other areas outside of Crossbell City for the rest of the day. I think that's fine, because I did everything. Excuse us. This is the Crossbell Police Special Support Section. Meister Rosenberg, we'd like to have a word with you. I don't... Can he even hear you? I mean, he probably has a speaker system or something, but... There's no need to shout, my hearing is still perfectly fine. Whatever business you have must be important if you've come all this way. I don't have very much time to spare, but I will make an exception this once, so as long as you keep things short. Oh. Hi. She's so cute. A Rosenberg doll? An automated one by the looks of it. Enter. The little one will guide you. See to it that you don't wander anywhere you aren't supposed to. But what if I like to wander, though? I guess it can't talk? Not I was expecting it to. Sure doesn't look like any machine I've ever seen. Mind taking us to where your master is, little miss? Okay, well, off she goes. I think we're supposed to follow her. Right, we probably shouldn't keep the Meister waiting. I mean, he did say... He literally said the little one will guide you. I don't see how you could misconstrue that at all. Okay, yeah. To the left. Lower than the rest of the Triple S, then followed the automaton inside. After going through what felt like a maze, they emerged in an underground section of the studio. What is this place? It's incredible. The Ouroboros symbol right there, in the middle of the ground. And there's Patermater. Nice. Wow. Oh right, they haven't seen it, have they? Is that it? The giant archaism you mentioned before? Yeah. Ren used it back at the Sun Fort. I believe she called it Patermater. So this is where it's been. The hell's all this mechano crap doing down here anyway? Thought this was supposed to be a doll studio. I believe those terminals are connected to the Orbital network. This must have been where Kitty was remotely hacking the network. Well, what is it you want? Combat, hello. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Nice to see you. Thank you for allowing us to come in and speak with you. We had a few questions we were hoping to ask. Adulting is poopy. I get it. I get it. I'm doing well though. I'm doing quite well. I slept decently. Actually in bed. Imagine. Imagine sleeping in a bed. Who does that? But no, I slept well. I did some more programming. Making progress on stuff. It's good. It's good. Did they by any chance happen to be about what Campanella has been up to? Oh, yep, there we go. Campanella! So you know. Do not misunderstand. You are correct that I have ties to the society. In the end, however, I am nothing more than a humble doll maker. Yeah, a humble doll maker that is making incredibly advanced archaisms and androids and all that stuff. Yeah, just a humble doll maker. I'm not directly involved with whatever grand scheme they've planned. So in other words, you can't tell us exactly what Campanella is plotting to do. I do not know, nor am I in any position to. Just a contractor? Well, yes. Definitely. I was more saying that, oh, I'm just a humble doll maker, but I haven't seen him make many dolls, is all. I've seen him make machines. A lot. You should understand that he is an enforcer, not an anguist. He is not authorized to propose plans for the society to pursue. The anguists, rather, are the ones who draft such arrangements. Even if I knew he'd kill me if I told you. That's also true, yeah. Campanella... He's one of those wild cards that feels like he's really powerful, but he never really shows his power at all. He just jokes around and Yeah, he does all kinds of stuff all the time, but he knows more than he lets on as well. Hold on just a minute. This is a little too much to take in all at once. Isn't this insider information? Should you really be giving it to us so easily? It's hardly confidential. There are many on the continent who know of this already. The church, the guild, the intelligence agencies of the major powers, and even that is only scratching the surface. The society is so widely known, yet still you are able to freely continue making dolls here. As I said, I'm not in a position to know all of the society's inner workings. Take the archaisms, for example. Their construction relies on technologies from many other workshops beside this one. My studio is but one scale on the ever-coiling serpent, which is why the church and guild will never set foot in here without due cause. I suppose that makes sense. Someone like you is more valuable while you're still attached to the snake, which makes you a handy source for info. Correct. That being said, the studio has already been preemptively outfitted for any contingencies. Even should you break the front door down with an arrest warrant, all you would find is an empty and meager doll studio, nothing more. Not even Patamata. Would you like to try your hand at taking me into custody, having heard all that? You may not have another chance. No, that's not why we're here. You've made your point. We'd like to inquire further, if you're willing to answer. Right. I guess that's all we can do, but it doesn't mean I like it. I mean, Yorick hasn't done anything... Like, he seems like he doesn't want to necessarily work for them. It's just the best scenario right now. Because if not him, then someone else. Wise decision. I take it you'd like to know something more concrete than veiled statements and broad outlines. Narrow your questions down to 3 and I will answer them if I can. What 3 things? Okay. Ooh. I mean, ask about the grand scheme, I think. Though I don't know how much he knows about that. Even I'm not familiar with the details. From what little I've heard in passing, however, I do know what it's called. The Phantasmal Blaze Plan. Phantasmal Blaze? Well, there's a name rife with symbolism. This plan, does it entail causing some sort of widespread incident in Crossbell, like the one in Liberal last year? That can't be. There's no way we could let that happen. Stop making me repeat myself. We do not know the details. What I can tell you is that the Society's intervention here pales in comparison to what happened in Liberal. The Society prefers to operate from the shadows above all else. They aren't the type to make their move on the surface. Was that supposed to make us feel better? Because it sure as hell ain't working. Seconded. The fact that you can give us nothing but a name makes whatever they're doing all the more suspect. Okay, what about their relation to the cults? The DG cult, you mean? As far as I know, the two sides never had any direct ties. Having said that, it is a fact that the Society was the one that destroyed the lodge where Ran was held. What? You're referring to Paradise, right? Yes. My understanding is that the cult used it to lure and exploit influential individuals from around the continent. In all likelihood, it was brought down because it began to target influential individuals the society was backing. It's nothing short of a miracle that Ran survived that place. That hellhole deserved to get wiped out, but it's not like that makes Ouroboros the good guys. I hope you didn't expect that explanation to win us over. As I said, I'm only willing to tell you what I know. Or I'm only telling you what I know. Take it how you will. More than having Weissman, one of their Anguis, lodged into the Aureole? I mean... Possibly, yeah. I mean, from what I understood, there were at least 2 Anguists that were involved in this. If not more. But we've only seen glimmers of that. Glimpses of cutscenes.
Angus.
Well, I know who that is. I mean, I know... We've seen him before as well, right? Yeah, I think we've seen these... I mean, that's why they're not... That's why they're not shadows, I imagine. Her not being in shadows is interesting, though, because... At this point, I don't think you'd know who she is, necessarily. I just know because of Trails of Cold Steel. Outdated photo, I guess. I mean, I like that there's 3 people you can obviously see, like very detailed, outlined, right? And then just 4 black cloaked figures. Great picture, honestly. The Anguists. They are the 7 snake apostles who live and serve to realize the Grandmaster's plan. It's not like you'd know more than Blonde Knight Lady seeing this. Cloaks are probably more, they haven't designed them. Yeah, I guess true. That's true. But we've physically seen this guy. I'm pretty sure. In this game. And, well, I know that she is the Lance Maiden. But, I mean, you could... you could deduce that by the fact that she's holding a lance. Right? That's her name. Well, not her name, but that's what she's called. That's her title. Or one of them. Vida only shows up at Cold Steel, so she probably hasn't been designed yet when Azure was made. I guess so, yeah. That would make sense. They are the 7 snake apostles who live and serve to realize the Grandmaster's plans. Even I do not know all of their identities. However, I am aware of the anguish that will be arriving in Crossbell before long. Is there any way you can tell us more about them? One is a man. Okay, see, this is true. The 6th Anguis, to be precise. He leads the 13 factories that comprise Ouroboros' technological network. He is the society's greatest theoretician, an engineer with an insatiable appetite. Needless to say, he is a contemptible man. You clearly have a high opinion of him. Just how contemptible are we talking? He is the sort of man who cares for nothing but satisfying his own intellectual curiosity. I am unsure what he hopes to achieve by coming to this land in person, but I can say this for certain. His arrival is anything but good news for Crossbell. We'll take your word for it. He will not be alone, however. The 7th Anguis, the Steel Maiden. Yeah, I guess she's called the Steel Maiden here. I mean, Lance Maiden, Steel Maiden. Same. But she's old. She's old. She was there, like, in Erebonia, like, yeah, in Drygal's day, exactly. That was her title back then. Now it's the Steel Maiden. Because if of course, if she's called the Lance Maiden still, then people would know who she is. Even though most people probably wouldn't believe it still, because she would be a couple hundred years old, I think. But you know, it happens. Crazier things have happened. Vida was supposed to be the one choking Kevin in the cold open of Sky the Third, and she was just depicted with a cook sprite. Oh, interesting. I didn't actually know that. The Steel Maiden? It's got an ominous ring if I've ever heard one. She is an enigma, to say the least. Briefly put, she's a masterful warrior whom you have no hope of defeating, even if you were to face her all at once. She's that strong? Trying to wingman your fellow conspirators, I see. It was merely a word of warning. Unlike the 6th Anguis, I've heard the 7th Anguis is a virtuous individual. However, were you to face her unprepared, it would surely cost you your lives. Yeah, she would murk. Yeah, she died. She did die. But, you know, death isn't forever and all that, right? She came back. As people tend to. I don't know the exact details about her coming back to life, of course. I think there was something about her body having vanished or something at some point. Or was it... No, I might be mixing up something. Oh, whatever. It's something like that. That makes 3 questions I've answered. You've taken up enough of my time. I'm going to have to ask you that you leave now. But... fine. That's what we agreed to. So we'll just be going for now. Would you mind if we returned for another one of these talks? If I feel so inclined. Keep the following in mind. It is not only Ouroboros that you should have your sights set on. There are other forces to be cautious of in the wake of Crossbell's bid for independence, wouldn't you say? I guess so. The man's got a point. Sounds like you probably know a thing or 3 about that. Maybe so, maybe not. Off you go. Follow the little one like you did when you were here. If you wander off, I can't guarantee your safety. Yeah, 3 questions is 3 questions. There we are. Bow. And off she goes. I feel like I just came out of a bad dream. The Phantasmal Blaze plan and the 2 Anguis making their way to Crossbell to enact it. It's so fantastical, I can barely bring myself to believe it. Just how dangerous are they? From what I've heard about the Liberal incident, very. We can't take the threat they pose lightly. Still, if what the Meister told us is true, whatever they're planning in Crossbell isn't as extensive as it was in Liberal. That'd be a relief. Yeah, they had an enormous battleship to contend with. Not to mention that giant Archaeism Patermater. Where did you get that info? The 1st Division has it all labeled as classified. Don't tell me you hear about these kind of things while working as a host too. My lips are sealed. Wazi. Is something wrong, you two? Well, yeah, just a little. Teo thought might be able to explain it better than I could. I will make an attempt. Having seen the automaton that guided us in and out of the studio, it's become clear the society is far more mischievous than they are malevolent.
遊びが多い
Mischievous? Yes, they have more technological prowess than both the Epstein Foundation and Zeiss Central Factory, yet squander it by choice. Consider the research necessary to develop Pacha. It would have been more practical to use the same resources to build 50 airships.
そうなのか
You think so? Perhaps they have a source of funding, one deeper than we may realize. Maybe, but whether you're an army or a crime syndicate, efficiency is typically the highest priority of any organization. Recreation typically doesn't have much of a place there, if at all. But Ouroboros turns all of that right on its head. That makes their motives and rationale all the more baffling to me. Took the words right out of my mouth. The thing about it is, no matter how many anguists and archaisms they've got hiding up their sleeves, the Red Constellation and Heiwei are probably more of an actual threat, realistically speaking. Meanwhile, Sharon just on sabbatical for how many years? Yeah. I mean, the enforcers can just go. They don't have to do anything. Which is pretty interesting considering they're called enforcers and all. They don't have to enforce if they don't want to. They ain't even taking into account whatever the Empire and the Republic are up to. It's true. Put all four of them into one autonomous state together and you've got a disaster waiting to happen. The kitchen already has too many cooks without society. The big question is, what do they plan to bring to the table? Even backing the terrorists at the trade conference was allegedly on a complete whim on their part. They don't seem to have any interest in involving themselves with conventional power struggles. In that case, would that make what they are working towards as unconventional as everything else they do? That would mean we're completely over our heads trying to do anything about it. Yeah, because that's the problem, right? If all they do is like unconventional and kind of goofing around, then seeing like a pattern becomes impossible. I don't think the Phantom Thief B bullshit is even Blue Blanc's job in Ouroboros. He just does that for fun. Oh, definitely, yeah. He just loves messing around. All we can say for sure is that whatever it is, it can't be good for Crossbell. At any rate, we should return home for now. Regardless of what the society is after, the least we can do is make sure we're ready for them. True. Okay, back to the car. I'll try to not to hit anything. Can destroy them like that. Kind of rude, isn't it? To just murder them. Come back here. My enigma? Who could it be? I get the feeling someone is in need of our services. Oh, it's Fran. Thank goodness I finally got a hold of you. Have you been trying to contact us for a while? I have, but for some reason none of my calls were able to get through. Well, they probably have communication blocked in there. I even tried everyone else's enigmas, but they were a total no-go too. Sorry about that. We ended up wandering out of signal range. What's going on? Half an hour ago, there was a train derailment on West Crossbow Highway. Oh, that's not good. Are you serious? I wish I wasn't. The 2nd Division is en route to investigate the scene. The CGF's on its way too, so there's probably no need for you to go, but I figured I should keep you guys in the loop just to be safe. So that's probably behind the fence that we couldn't go through. Is something the matter?
からの連絡だったみたいですが。
あ
Well, train derailment.
なんだと
What the heck?
線
A derailment? It just went right off the tracks? Yeah, friends at the 2nd Division and CGF are on their way there.
現場に向かっている
So
そう
we
だ
can
から
probably leave it to them, then again.
さすがに気にな
It
り
would be
ます
hard to turn away from something so concerning.
この
I'll
気が
say
い
the
状況
timing
で
is a little too suspicious for my taste.
まあ単
I
なる
have my
事故とは
doubts
ちょ
that
っと
this was
考え
just
に
a
くそ
mere
うだ
incident.
どうするの
決者についての情報は教授俺たちもこのまま例の厳重化
Let's go to the scene of the accident. We can't overlook the possibility that some sort of foul play was involved.
少なくとも
はいそれじゃ
I
これ
mean,
は車
trains don't just derail normally. Especially considering
よし行くかどこに行こ
I'm
うか
pretty
な
sure it's mostly a straight line, right? Like, look at this, right? Like, there's barely any bends. How does the train derail? Like, there could, of course, be something wrong with the tracks.
さあ行くぞ
But if they do regular maintenance, then... Wait. Oh. Ambulances. Were those ambulances just now?
ウルスラ
All
病
of
院
them
に
were
登録
registered
されて
to
いる
St.
そい
Ursula's
つが
Hospital.
3台もか
3 of them, too.
脱線事故の怪我人を
Do you suppose they were transporting those who were injured from the derailment?
このタイミング
Given
だ
the
し
timing, I wouldn't doubt it.
俺たちも現場へ急ごう
了解
You have to get to the scene of the accident. Well, yeah, but I wanted to do something else first. I wanted to go to the police station and talk to her to show my combat notebook. Show her my combat notebook. Get a couple of rewards, maybe. 500 Mira, your material. That's fine, it's not even that much. And over fragments. Page 1 of Information Journal 2 on Gnosis decrypted. Page 2 also decrypted. Okay, cool. Gnosis is a drug made from Pleroma grass, a legendary plant which grows directly on top of septum veins. The way it is prepared together with D gives the user enhanced physical abilities and sensory receptivity, and draws out their latent power. These effects, however, are mere preparations. The real potential lies elsewhere. Gnosis allows users to link their minds to the revered spirit of D. What the heck is D? It's such a secret. By doing so, D can draw knowledge from the connected minds and thereupon stimulate her growth. When enough knowledge is amassed to achieve wisdom, D will be resurrected. Oh, wait. Stimulate her growth. So wait, whenever Gnosis was used, stimulates... okay. D will be resurrected. Moreover, Gnosis left room for improvement. By pushing the capabilities of its user to their limits, the supply of knowledge to D would steadily increase. After 500 years of research, our order has increased the effect of the Gnosis and repeated the so-called ceremonies. Yeah, this is not... blah blah blah. Unfathomable 5 centuries prior, the completion of Gnosis lay within reach. We were detected by authorities. They led a coordinated assault. Foolish beyond words. What are the few sacrifices at the cost of resurrecting a dead god? Perhaps? perhaps? In secrecy, I collected the data from the destroyed lodges and arrived in Crossbell, the land of... whatever, yeah. Aurora grass, the foremost ingredient of Gnosis, grows in abundance in the... presence? No. In the... I don't know what this could be. There would never be a... I don't know what this could be. In addition to the highly advanced facilities, once blah, 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 in the depths of some fort, I was blessed with an environment to continue my research. I want to know the about the Divine Child one though. That's the more important one. Because I'm guessing D might be divine. Maybe? I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe it's something else. Maybe not. It's probably not that simple. Okay. Do I have enough time for this? Oh, I don't know. I have like 20, 25 minutes, maybe 30 if I push it. I can probably... Unhelpful hint, what do they call the gods in Gnosticism? Well... They call Eidos a false god, no? They don't believe in her? Unless you mean like, because they're talking about it being a dead god. So maybe death? Death before Gnosis? I don't know. Or death therefore Gnosis, isn't it? Probably not. Gnosticism IRL. Oh, well, whatever. Those buses just now. They look like the ones used to carry people traveling to and from the Republic. They must be transporting the rest of the passengers that were on the train. Makes me wonder how extensive the scale of the accident is. I mean, considering it was probably a full train, it would be pretty bad, yeah. It's a real religion thing that kind of emerged along with and got stomped out by early Christianity. As so many others, I can imagine, yeah. You guys made it. You on this case too? I don't know, Al, Randy. Thank you both for coming as well. Looks like we're in the right place. What's the situation? Commander Bales and the police are currently investigating the scene of the accident. Inspector Donovan and Detective Raymond from the 2nd Division are leading our department's efforts. From what I could tell, it looks like a mess. The train went clean of the cracks. What of the passengers? No fatalities, thank the goddess. But a few were in critical condition. Those most in need of medical attention were carried away by ambulance a little while ago. That's almost impressive though. Like full-on train derailment and no fatalities? That's surprising. Because it can be as simple as hitting your head on like a metal pole or something. You Sell them on the way here. The other passengers, they were transferred to buses for the remainder. Yeah, there was one round of them arranged for passengers heading for Crossbow City and another for those going to Altair. It was chaos sorting it all out. It's not every day you have to do damage control for an accident this severe.
事故現場を見てみよう。通してもらっ
We
て
should
もいい
make
か
our way to the scene ourselves, or we clear to pass through.
お前たちなら
You should be
誰
good
も
to
ど
go.
うぞお通り
Cool. Let's go check it out. Oh no. Oh, it rammed into the wall? Then no fatalities. Look at this. How is no fatalities? That doesn't make any sense. Like if a train derails like that and then skids against the wall. I mean, I guess if it slows down enough, maybe, but you really have to get lucky with how it hits the wall. They all got seatbelts on. There's not even seatbelts on the trains. I've been in them. Oh boy, this is some accident we've got on our hands. Do you know what caused the
見ての通り
derailment
現在
yet?
調査中だ
As you can see, the
考えら
investigation
れる
is
とした
still
ら
underway.
線路への落石で
The
先
current
頭車両
working
が脱
theory
線
is
した
that
って
the
こと
front car was derailed due to a fallen rock on the track. The rest followed suit. Really? I mean, I guess it's possible, but
申し訳ないけど
my apologies, but I'm going to have to insist that any members of the media leave the accident site. We need to focus on beginning the cleanup and repair efforts immediately. Seriously?
司令
But come on the bills.
警察として
I understand that the police would like to prioritize the investigation. However, this is the transcontinental railroad we're standing on, the most important transit line in all of Zemuria. We're under pressure from Mayor Croy, the Imperial and Republican governments, and the Railroad Corporation to fix this as soon as possible. The CGF has no choice but to
いや
comply.
理屈はわかります
I
が
get
ね
your logic, ma'am, I really do, but
でも事故
I'm
の
with
原
the
因がわから
detective.
ない
If
と
you don't get to the
再
bottom
発
of what
の恐れ
happened
があ
here,
るんじ
it
ゃ
could happen again.
それに関しては
I am
急
aware.
と並行するしかない
However,
で
I
しょ
can only permit that the investigation be carried out concurrently alongside the repairs,
とにかく遅くとも
which will be until this evening at the very latest. That is how long we've been given.
手配した重機が到
The
着
heavy
する前
machinery
に
we've requisitioned will be arriving soon.
待ってください
Hold on.
あなたたち
Triple S?
あらロイド君たち
It's Lloyd and the gang.
来たのかよ
You guys come to scope out the scene too, huh?
司令
Please excuse us,
現
Commander.
場検証もしない
But
で
did we hear you
復旧作業
correctly?
に入る
You're
ん
going
で
to
すか
start cleaning up the accident before a proper investigation can be
あ
made?
なたも警備隊の所属
You're
な
still
ら
a
ば
member of the CGF Seeker. I trust you haven't forgotten how vital this rail line is to Crossbell.
それに言いたくはないけれど
Scraping against the wall. If the wall is intact, it just means no people are getting scraped against the wall. True. It doesn't look too bad. The jackknifing isn't sharp enough to smash things into each other. No telescoping. Even the cars are all in one banged up piece. As long as no one stacked their head out of the windows or anything. The injuries will be from bumping around inside the train. Yeah, no, exactly. It's not that bad. But I'm still, like, surprised. Considering the broken windows and... I don't know, there's a lot of jostling around that would happen. As I said, it really depends on how the wall was hit. Because if you're actually scraping past it, more than actually hitting it, then yeah, you would be getting jostled around. You could probably even be derailed. True, yeah. With heavy machinery, which they have requisitioned, as you said, so they might actually do that. And then repair the train and just send it back on its way. I didn't want to put this so bluntly, but if we delay repairing the railroad, it'll give the Empire and Republic all the excuse they need to intervene. True. I know that, but it's far from an unlikely scenario, unfortunately. Not much I can do to protest against an argument like that. Give me a break. We still have a duty to get to the bottom of this mess. Commander Bills, give us just 30 minutes. No, until that equipment arrives. We'll get this all sorted out. You? Yes, given Crossbell's current political climate, he's like, give me 30 minutes. I'll have it solved. Just 30 minutes, bro. Just 30. It's good. I got this. The impact with the derailing rock might have damaged the engine. True. I'm not ready to chalk this accident up to just an unfortunate coincidence. Don't you think we should at least determine whether there was any foul play involved? It's also possible that this accident is relevant to our cryptid investigation. Look at it this way. We let us do our thing and everyone walks away with some peace of mind. I never thought I'd see the day that I would be the impatient one between the two of us, Orlando. Very well, Inspector Donovan. We will start by prioritizing the investigation of the accident scene. Once the equipment arrives, however, our focus will shift to fixing the rails. You won't hear any complaints from us? Let's do this. And we'll just stay out of your hair while we collect our material? I have no objections. You're free to look around until the formal repairs begin. On the condition that you in no way interfere with the investigation of the site. Am I clear? Crystal. Okay. First hand look. We'll tackle it together. You should speak to the conductor. He'll be your best bet, more likely than not. Unfortunately, the engineer got nicked up in the crash and was taken to the hospital. So the conductor's fine. So job to uncover the truth. A picture's worth 1,000 words, as they say. Just one of these photos could end up containing vital evidence. True. Take pictures, my dude. So the main one that would have had people be injured would be this one, right? Considering it got like snapped back. Like the rest is pretty straight up. All of them have broken windows though. How's the repair work going? I would say it's proceeding just as well as the investigation is, but until the heavy machinery arrives to help us move the train itself, there's only so much we're able to do. The best we can manage is to clear the debris. Makes sense. Oh, there he is. I guess there's injuries, but nothing too bad. Yeah. The passengers have levels enough to be harder than real-life humans. I don't think that's the case. Though, with game logic, they probably do. What a day. I should be thanking the goddess I'm okay. At least compared to the poor people who got carted away by those ambulances. I've never seen a train fly off the track so violently before. You're the conductor, correct? If you wouldn't mind, could you give us your account of what happened? If that's what you want, I'll do my best to tell you how it happened. The detective over there asked me earlier, but I think I was still too shaken to give a halfway decent statement. It all happened so suddenly, you know? I couldn't help being a little out of it. That's perfectly understandable. As things stand, even the tiniest detail could prove helpful. Do you remember anything, hearing or seeing anything suspicious? Well, now that you mention it, yeah, maybe. It was right before the derailment happened, while I was on the comms with the engineer. He just started yelling out of nowhere. I remember him shouting, "What is that?" or something along those lines. The accident happened moments later. The front car derailed and the rest of them followed one after another. Well, you know how the story goes from there. I'm out here talking to you. So we did see something, but the engineer is in the hospital, so that's kind of a problem. Which leaves us with one question. What was it that he spotted? So much glass and debris everywhere. We can't risk even one pebble staying on the railway. And the call came in about an accident. I didn't imagine it would be something of this scale. I feel like pebbles on the railway shouldn't be that much of a problem. If they are, that derailment happens a lot. I wouldn't get too close to this train car if I were you. It's holding its balance for now, but it could still tip over at the drop of a hat. We investigated each individual car as much as we could just to be thorough. Unfortunately, it didn't turn up anything. Oh, not really anything suspicious. It's just the passenger's luggage in there now. Nothing seemed off about any of it. All signs are pointing to the derailment being caused by some external force. One of the rails snapped? Oh. Yeah, now that you mention it, that is some repairs, yeah. Already talked to you? Now that I've gotten a good look at it all, this was one hell of an accident. Thank Ideos there weren't any fatalities. Most passengers who were taken to the hospital were transferred by bus. Who weren't taken to the hospital. Unfortunately, that means we can't take any statements. Sometimes you gotta work with what you've got. Speaking of which, have you spoken with the conductor? I have. What's the word? You figure anything out? What about you, Grace? I've been thinking about it, and I know these kinds of accidents can and do happen sometimes, but there's something really off about all this. The timing and location are as bad as they could have been. You're right. Not only is an accident this severe rare, it happened while Crosswell is in flux over the independence proposal. It calls into question whether this was something more purposeful than just a twist of fate. I've got my suspicions, but they're just that. Wouldn't want to fill your head with baseless hunches. How much longer? Within the next 30 minutes. Cleanup and repair efforts will be completed as planned when planned. Will be completed as planned when planned. Anything less is not an option. Okay. I mean, I guess can I go to the hospital? Because I kind of need to talk to... Oh, oops. I didn't mean to rest. Yeah, just nap in the car. I can't. So I can only go to Crosswell City or the medical college. Maybe you can catch something that others missed. I mean, he said, what is that? So he saw something, and then it all derailed. This would be the locomotive, the most essential car of the train. Without one, it would be unable to move at all. Inside is the engineer's cab and the orbital engine, produced by the Rhineford Company. It's all very educational and all, but doesn't something about this seem off to you? There's not nearly as much damage on it as I would have pictured. It's a little unnatural, considering it's the frontmost car. Had it collided with something head-on, it wouldn't still be this pristine. Yeah. Exactly. It didn't really hit anything in particular. That means something is hard to explain. A rock would be called out as a rock or debris and not a what is that. True, yeah. Had it collided with something head-on, it wouldn't still be this pristine. Whatever caused the derailment must have hit it from somewhere else. Yeah, and then there's this damage on the side here. Can you inspect that at all? But that's just because it hit there, of course, but... Can we go around here? Ah, hi. The whole fiasco really did a number on the tracks. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, this is way worse. The tracks that the train was on is actually not the biggest problem. These tracks look like they have to be entirely redone. Something ran sideways and hit it on the side, pushing against the rock cliff. Yeah, but there wasn't any, or not much damage on the side either. Just on the side that actually hit the rocks. So it would have had to be hit with force, but not enough force in a small area to make like a dent, you know? It would have just been basically lifted off the tracks. So more upwards than... Yeah, maybe a glancing blow or magic. Kind of magic, you know? I don't know. Not really magic, but something that would cause it to like lift up slightly. Just enough that it would, you know, get off the rails. Judging by the damage, I'd say the derailment started right around here. Can't believe the train ended up blocking both sides of the track at once. I can only imagine how terrified the passengers must have been when they went off the rails. Yeah, this damage is very important. A head-on collision would probably either slow it down or cause cars to telescope into each other, yet telescoping would have been very, very bad. Would also mean that you can't really reuse the train. It would just be scrap, mostly. Look at the marks on the cliffside, they're enormous. It's like the whole surface has been carved onto. Parts of the ground have been gouged out too. The train must have derailed towards the left-hand side. Why do you suppose the streaks in the wall are so blue? I believe those would be flecks of paint. Well, yeah, it's a blue train. Got scraped off. It's got to be it. You can tell it's the same color as the train cars. After the train derailment, it must have scraped against the rock for a ways, leaving those blue skid marks. Look how far along they run. Why would the train even stay against the wall for that long? Looks like we might need to rethink the actual circumstances that led to these marks. Was it actually dragged across? Because, like, look at how, like, straight these lines are, right? If it was a normal collision, it would, like, bounce off. No? It wouldn't drag along in this angle, right? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I know there were multiple cars and everything, but... But, like, this clean? Well, clean. A lot of momentum. Well, yes. But it's still, like... Considering how they ended up here... It only skipped here. And here. Like how, say here, right? If it goes here, like momentum, right? You'd go here. You wouldn't go back here. No? That doesn't make any sense. How would it hit here again? Like this one, maybe you can explain with like a lot of momentum and dragging across. But then it shouldn't be here. Like, especially this thing here as well. Yeah, I think they actually got like hit multiple times. Or like, I don't know. Is there damage on the other cliffside? How do you mean? I mean, there's one here. This is like the final one. But yeah, it's dragged along here as well. But then, wait. This drag mark doesn't make any sense. Without a train's position, is it? Does it? Oh, on the other side, like the south cliff? I don't think so. There's no damage here at all. Like this, there's no cliff here, and it's... And this, like this is also fine, right? Some of the weirdness might be graphical limitation. That's true. That is true. Well, let's see what they say. Given the streaks of paint left on the cliffside, we can conclude that the train skidded along it after derailing. Might need to rethink the actual circumstances that led to them dragging on for so long. What about this one? Wait, how? What? Okay, is that all he has to say? No other... Is there any other things that I can look at here? Anything on this side of the train? No? But then, I don't know, to me it does look like something forcefully like caused the train to derail. Oh, look at this. How did I not see this? Okay, but that's... Well, that's more of a like... more evidence, you know? So something hit it. The question is, are these both at the same time? Because if it's not, right? Say they hit once with like this gash here. So they hit once, smash it into the wall, right? Then the train comes back, slash it again, smash it into the wall again, and then it stops. Because that would kind of line up. Right? Remember the cutscene with the demon calling someone that seemingly never led anywhere? You mean the guy I suspect to be Wald? Or are you talking about something else? I suppose happened here. We were thinking a rock might have rolled down the cliff and derailed the train. Maybe this is where it made impact. The rock? Does this look like a rock damage to you, Noel? Also, it's on the wrong side of the train to be... Maybe Demon did it? It's probably possible, yeah. Given the spherical dent on the side, but the gash marks though. That's not... How do you explain the giant scratches in the center? Exactly. The position is a lot farther up than you'd expect too. I don't think a simple fallen rock would have left marks like these. No duh. I feel like anyone could have been able to see this. Even the other detective here. I don't see why they thought, oh yeah, rock, definitely. if they look at this, I feel like the people are not that smart. I think we've gathered as much intel here as we can. Enough for Lloyd anyway. Had better be enough for him because I sure as hell haven't connected any dots. What's the next step? Should we review the information we have this far? Okay, I do need to kind of hurry. Has your investigation yielded anything insightful? That's the hope. First I want to address the possibility of the derailment being caused by a fallen rock on the tracks. From our investigation, I believe it's safe to rule out that possibility. Why? I mean, I would say the cry, right? But I mean, the dent itself, if they said gashes, I would say, but if did engineers cry? Alone isn't enough to discredit the theory. Good point. What do you mean, good point? If it's a rock, you don't... Okay, whatever. Whatever, game. The lack of damage at the front of the locomotive. I mean, that also doesn't quite discredit it, though. I mean, if it landed on the tracks, yeah, but then what was the dent about? Like, why does the logic not make any sense anyway? Like, I shouldn't have to say this, because none of it makes sense. Like, the engineer say, or the engineer being like, what is that? Doesn't make sense with the rock. The dent doesn't quite line up with the rock. Nor does, like, all three of those don't line up with a fucking rock. Game. For the massive high-speed train to lose balance and derail, the impact would have to be substantial. If that really happened, then the evidence of it would be more apparent. I guess they want the most irrefutable proof of the three. Yeah. But it makes it so annoying, you know? Because in theory, all three could be correct, and it's just a matter of like, okay, which one do I think the developers would want me to say? Because you can kind of logic all three of them. The front of the first car is hardly dinged up at all, so it rules out the initial and most obvious explanation. The only guys who saw Joachim OD on Gnosis were the 2/3 of Triple S and the Brights, yeah? And the guys who saw Ernest were also a similarly small group, yeah. If you don't know about demons, then Spiky Rock would probably be the most plausible explanation. Well, I mean, there's also not just demons, but also just people with inexplicable powers, right? If Arios were to show up and hit the train from the side with his wind magic, I feel like it would derail as well. Just saying. There's powerful people in the world. What do you suspect is the true cause? First, I had to consider whether this was possibly the work of some kind of explosive. Could be a Jaeger operation or worse, a terrorist group? But no, no explosives. There was indeed a collision, but not from the front. Whatever it was rammed itself into the train from the right-hand side. Rammed? What, like on purpose? This is starting to sound less like a train derailment and more like a car chase. Now I understand. That would explain the dent on the right side of the locomotive. Yep, they run alongside it. And then
何
slammed
か
it
は
to
そ
the
のまま並
side.
走しながら機関車の右側横からのベクトルを加えられた機関車は
But this
左
is
側に脱
exactly
線
what
し
I
てしま
said
う
happened.
そして何かは
Roshan didn't stop with that. It continued to push the locomotive into the cliff at the far end. See? See?
長い傷跡を岸壁に残した挙句にそして後続の客車はこんな風にバラバラな形で脱線することになった
Like, and then I get deducted points because I didn't say the right quote-unquote answer about it not being a rock. It's like, come on. As for the cars falling behind, they ended up scattering off the rails in every direction. Yeah, it was just the front car that
現
was
時点での仮
hit.
説なんですが
見事だ。
いやはや推理にかけちゃう。
確かに
No kidding, Guy's style of investigating was less thorough and more
おい
instinctive.
おい
Hey, watch it, he's ours.
やれやれ
Otherwise, neither or even I couldn't think that far
それ
ahead.
でロイド君
It does leave one question. The identity of this unknown culprit. Do you suspect this to be the work of some sort of
それも
monster?
最近現れた
Or was this perhaps caused by another of those recently spotted
そうで
cryptids?
すね
When you look at the facts. Was it a cryptid? I don't... Can we say that for certain? Based on the damage and everything? I don't think we can say that for sure.
確かに走行する列車を
There's no question a cryptid would have the strength to derail a running train based on our experience, but while I can understand why that would be the most likely explanation, I can't say for certain just yet.
拳銃が
あの青い花も心に
Yeah,
は
there's
咲いて
no
なさそう
higher
だね
elements present here.
確かにそうそれでは一体どんな存
This
在
only
だ
further raises the question of just what it is we're dealing with.
他に考えられると
The
したら
society's archaisms
決
are
し
a
た人
possible
形兵
candidate
器だろうこん
too.
な風に直接
True. Oh,
今のは
what was that? It sounded like a monster.
それにしては
It isn't an ordinary one either, judging by the blood-curdling cry.
行きます
Let me scan the environment.
どこ
Where is it? Where?
なんとかカメラ
Mains,
に収
get
め
the
なさ
photo
い
course ready.
無茶言わない
You can't be serious, Grace.
距離10セルジュ
10 cells are moving. It's escaping to the west.
みんな
Let's chase after it.
了解しました
Affirmative.
無茶
Are
す
you
ん
out
な
of your
よ。
警備
minds?
隊からも増援を
The CGF will back you up.
いえそち
You
ら
should
は
keep working on the
復旧
cleanup
作業に
efforts.
専
You
念
have a
しま
schedule
ず
to
は
keep. We'll go and give chase.
そろそろ重機も到着
I'm not
する
entirely comfortable with it, but you leave us no other choice. Someone has to be here when the heavy machinery
必
arrives.
了解しました
Stay in contacts. Let me save, please. Let me save. I need to go.
グレイスさん
さすがについてくるとか言いませんよ
You wouldn't happen to be planning to come along with this,
ね
would
え
you?
いいじゃないって
Contenada was considering it, but I get it. The situation seems stickier than usual, so I'll hang back this time. For now, we'll head back to Crossbell City and draft up the breaking report. Sure. As soon as we get back the rest of our people, together, we'll return to gathering some more material.
まあさすがに襲
Should
わ
be
れても
safe
フォロ
enough.
ーしきれねえしな。
Besides, if you guys followed us and got attacked, you might never get the
どん
chance
な
to make that
魔獣か知
report.
らないけど
You can say that
本当
again.
に列車を脱線さ
I
せた
don't know
のな
what
ら
the thing you're chasing is, but it's gotta be
く
nasty.
れぐれも気をつけて
You better be
Other than
careful and
you
come
can-
back in one piece. I'll try. No blinding the enemy with photo flash.
よし
Imagine.
まずは街道をまっすぐ
We'll head west on the highway. Okay. Okay. I have to leave. But yeah, next time we'll have to do a chase. We'll get a chase scene, sort of, maybe. Let's see. I'll send you over to Alibi, I think, who's doing some Mars First logistics. I have no idea about the game, to be honest. Seems kind of like Factorio-esque, something like that. Or Satisfactory. But yeah, go say hi to them. Send some love over there. You need to go sleep. Yeah, go do that. Have some rest. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you had a good time. I need to go. My parents will be here very soon to pick me up. But we made good progress, I think. We did well with the train investigation, sort of. I kind of knew what was going on, but the only question I got asked, I got wrong, so that's great. Love to see it. Anyway, I should probably stop talking so much and just go say hi to Alibi for me. Send some love over there. Give him a follow if you're so inclined. I will be back on Tuesday. What I'm playing, I'm not sure yet. Probably something interesting. Maybe I'll start on Metaphor. Maybe I'll start on Rugwolf 2, Potion Permit, whatever. One of those. Maybe. We'll see. Anyway, stay cozy, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I will see you some other time. Have a good one, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. Bye bye. Bye bye.